Hello, everyone. Matthew Coz. Oh, no, wait. Marty McFly. Congratulations.
Welcome back to the comments.
Shut up. Some of these are weird. All right. Let's watch the female Ben Shapiro. Yeah, she is cringe, dude.
Welcome back to
Okay, you know what? Try backwards.
backwards.
Yeah. I just have this weird feeling you're gonna make it. Oh my gosh!
Welcome back to another episode of Off the Clock. I am here in Orlando with the amazing Jonathan Isaac from the Orlando Magic, and today he's going to put me through an NBA workout.
I'm surprised he agreed to do this. She is insanely racist. Like, not as bad as Lauren Southern, but like pretty fucking bad.
I'm also sporting some clothing from his new brand Unitas, which is why I'm in Orlando, because I'm
Basketball player you are.
okay.
So I want to find out how fast you are, how you can jump. We're gonna test it all. We can't leave here today without you making a free throw,
Okay.
a left-handed layup.
Okay.
We're gonna attempt a three, and I want you to throw me an alley-oop.
We're going to be here for a really long time.
Let's get to work.
Okay.
All right, first things first.
Yeah.
One sprint as fast as you can down. We're gonna time it and see how you fare. Ready, set, go. Hey!
Oh my God!
That's not bad. So your comp would probably be the slowest player in the NBA. Probably. Put your hand up and try to jump as high as you can. See where you get. One more time. Then you gotta.
Looks like she actually has a bit of cake. Just a little bit, just enough.
Bend your knees.
Like in the air, I bend them?
So we got your speed.
Okay.
We got your vertical jump. Both need serious work
Yeah.
if we're gonna make this WNBA debut. Okay? If you stand right there, this is the drill that we do.
Yeah, she has a cute little butt. 1,400 dead in Gaza. Yeah, that's just the beginning. I wouldn't be surprised if the death toll gets into the tens of thousands. It's probably gonna end up being like at least 20,000 dead.
In the league.
Okay.
Let me see. I think we got another ball. This is hand-eye coordination
Okay.
and teamwork. One of us is gonna bounce pass,
Yep.
and one of us is gonna chest pass. There we go. There we go. All right, go back. Same thing. So simply, we're gonna work a layup.
Okay.
So this is the test. We're gonna go right and left hand. Left hand is the goal for today.
Okay.
Right-handed layup. One dribble. 1, 2, layup.
Okay.
That might be too much. We may have to go just under the basket.
Okay.
But just put it together.
All right.
The best you can think of. It's not bad.
Ah, damn it.
That was, but it overall wasn't
That was-
terrible. Yes. 1, 2, left hand only. How you make that
Oh
one?
my gosh.
Let's shoot a free throw.
Okay.
But you gotta imagine.
Oh.
Okay, there you go.
That was nice.
You got it. Your turn.
Okay. It's like I'm so far away. Ah. Nope.
Terrible shot.
Okay, you know what? Try backwards.
Backwards?
Yeah. You're gonna.
I want to make sure I don't kill any cameras.
I just have this weird feeling you're gonna make it. Oh my gosh!
He's on fire.
I told you.
That has to be fake.
Oh yeah!
That was a cut. Yeah, that was a cut.
And this should be easier because you don't have to, you can throw it anywhere kind of. Straight.
Yeah, she actually does have a cute butt.
You're gonna stand right here and the camera's right here. Advanced basketball class. Here we go, 1, 2. I'm very proud.
All right. Dodo donated $2. Watch to the end. Let me see.
Welcome back to TYT. As I mentioned, there's a big announcement that will basically take up the entirety of the second hour of the show today. Here to make that announcement in the capacity as a guest is Cenk Uygur.
Hey, vegan gains have been away for a bit. Brett is sexy though, I know you would try that Republican girl's booty. I like how she looks a little tomboyish.
If I was single and she was down to fuck, yeah, I'd give her the fucking BBC hard. I'd make sure she doesn't go back to, Back from Black. But thanks for the donation, Dick on the Moon. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Cenk, you do have this big announcement, although you've already kind of made it on the set of Breaking Points, but now it's official.
Yeah. No, I had not yet made up my mind, but I have now, and I have filed. I will be running for president of the United States of America. Coming, JenkForAmerica.com, and the idea here, guys, is let's change the course. Right now, Joe Biden is down 24 points in the economy, 19 points on jobs when he actually did better on jobs than Trump did. He's down 13 points from where he was in 2020. He is not going to win. I am running. Yes, I am a break glass in case of emergency candidate. It should not have been me, it should have been someone else, but unfortunately it was not anyone else. And now there's only 4 months left. We must change course. He has at best a 10% chance of winning. Donald Trump is an actual fascist. So I am running as a proxy. I'm running to win, but I'm also running as a proxy for any other candidate. We have got to get Biden out of the race. Thank you for winning in 2020. But if he loses this time around, it's not just his problem, it's all of our problems.
Is that for real? He has a 10% best case scenario projected chance of winning? That sounds insanely low. Like, how the fuck can anybody vote for Trump?
I actually think democracy is on the line. And so if it takes me running, then that's what I'm gonna do. And we're all gonna do it together. And by the way, and I'll say this up front and then I'll let you ask all your questions, Anna. If I do this alone and it's just my idea, it's never gonna work, okay? I'm either your voice or I'm not. If you guys want to have a stronger candidate in this race and you want to beat Donald Trump, you're gonna make that happen. JenkForAmerica.com or in any way, volunteering, whatever you want, okay? But if I'm not your voice, I have no chance at all. So let's see if we can bring something good into the world and make a giant difference together. And you know me, I always believe that we can make a difference together. And this is the time to do it before the primaries are over.
Thanks for watching the video, guys. We also
How exactly is he gonna make a difference in the primary?
Kibbutz. Surveillance footage shows them lying in wait until a car arrives.
Holy
they
shit.
shoot the driver and enter the compound. More poured in on motorcycles, eerily at ease and in no apparent hurry. Thomas Hand heard the gunshots and
Holy
immediately
fuck,
thought
dude.
of his 8-year-old daughter Emily, who was staying with a neighbor.
This guy's gonna be president.
He's not. I really don't understand the idea behind him running, but okay. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
She doesn't do it very often, but unfortunately that night, that particular night, the Friday night, she went to sleep at her friend's house.
For 12 hours, he said.
New donate tellers, you rated her butt before when she was wearing the neon green dress. Let me see. She actually does have a bit of a bump. I don't know. It might have just been the clothes kind of squishing her butt in, because when she was wearing the, what is it? The, like, fitness shorts, like the skin-tight shorts, she actually looked like she had a nice jiggly butt. Thanks for the donation, though, New.
Says he was pinned down under heavy gunfire, unable to reach his daughter, as Hamas went door to door, executing his neighbors.
Waiting. I'm thinking the army are going to be here soon. You know, just hold on a bit longer. And longer. And longer.
That's why you need a rifle. These fucking idiots who are like, why do you need guns? Ban the AR-15. This is the exact reason why you want a fucking gun.
By the time the military gained control of Be'eri, this is what remained of the once tranquil community. Late Wednesday afternoon, Israeli forces let journalists in for the first time after days of pitched battles.
I saw how the soldier fight here, and I fight here myself in the first.
Donate tellers, sometime soon would be a good time to go to downtown Toronto and do your Islam social experiment. You should also ask them if they support Hamas. That would actually be an interesting idea. I'll consider it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Only to get inside to the kibbutz, only to come from, apartment to apartment. It took a lot of time.
Does that weigh on your conscience?
Vegan tranny donate tellers, opinion on Israel-Palestine conflict. Whose side are you on? I'm not on any side. Also, can you stop saying tranny? It's a slur. I don't say tranny usually. Yeah, Hamas is an evil terrorist organization, but Israel's treated Palestine like terribly, which is, I'd say, the root cause of why Hamas exists in the first place. But I'm not on any side. Thanks for the donation.
Cenk Yogurt is not even a US citizen, so he cannot even legally run for president.
Yeah, I do not understand what's going on here. Is this like a fucking scam or something? It's really weird. Thanks for that donation though, Dodo.
To know how long it took?
We have a very difficult question to ask ourselves. Now we look forward to defend the people, to take the survival out of it, and to switch ourselves from defense to offensive operation. I'm sure that we ask ourselves all the difficult question after it.
For now, there are more pressing questions. The bodies of more.
Yo vegan, new vegan here. I've been a skinny nerd my whole life and don't want to project that stereotype. How do I get big? Is it okay to life off tofu and soy milk for protein?
You gotta eat a lot of calories, you have to eat a high protein diet, and you have to train, heavy weight training. So if you want to build muscle and you want to start your first program, I'd recommend starting strength. You should be able to run that for roughly 4 to 6 months and make progress. So run starting strength, and yeah, it's fine to have your main source protein be tofu. Soy milk isn't super high in protein. I don't know how much soy milk you'd really be drinking, but soy milk is probably the best, plant-based milk for you. I don't know what a dog's doing over there. But yeah, it's totally fine to have tofu be your main source of protein. Can also take protein powder. Seitan is also extremely good. Textured vegetable protein, which is basically soy that's being defatted. That's also really good. And of course, like edamame, beans, lentils. It's all good. Thanks for the donation, though, vegan. Hope that helps.
More than 100 residents have been recovered, but the Army says that many more are still missing.
You can see the amount of blood. This was a massacre.
And the full scale of the horrors that transpired here are just starting to come to light.
Pictures, family photographs on the wall.
Thomas waited 2 agonizing days before getting the news.
They just said, we found Emily. She's dead. And I went, yes! I went, yes, and smiled. Because that is the best news of the possibilities that I knew. That was the best possibility that I was hoping for. She was either dead or in Gaza. And if you know anything about what they do to people in Gaza, that is worse than death. That is worse than death.
I've seen Hamas promotional videos on LiveLeak. Hamas and ISIS, Hezbollah, they make recruitment videos and shit. And I've seen a Hamas one. There was some fucked up shit. They're just executing people with like shotguns, blowing their brains open. There's a few executions where people are just beheading people with a knife. And some dude got his like 4 or 5-year-old kid to be involved in the beheading. It was fucking crazy. So yeah, Hamas are pieces of shit. It's really fucked how we have like, you know, just cringe leftists, including Black Lives Matter, saying they support Hamas. It's just beyond fucked.
The way they treat you. They'd have no food, they'd have no water. She'd be in a dark room filled with Christ knows how many people and terrified every minute, hour, day, and possible years to come. So death was a blessing, an absolute blessing.
Clarissa Ward, CNN, Be'eri Kibbutz,
Yeah, that is
Israel.
messed up.
I want to bring in now Ahal Besorai. His family was kidnapped in Be'eri by Hamas militants. That's the same kibbutz that Clarissa just showed moments ago. Ahal, thank you for joining us. I'm so sorry to hear about your family. My understanding is that you don't know where they are. How did you learn that your sister and all of her family were missing, and when did you last hear from them?
So before that, just looking at these photos, Be'eri is my kibbutz. I was brought up there until I was 25. I was living there. My dad is still living there, and my 2 sisters.
Am I in favor of giving lobotomies to Republicans? No, I think they should just take the vaccine so they can get that chip implanted that makes them vote for Biden.
So just watching these videos again, it's heartbreaking, it's really heartbreaking. About my sister, I spoke to her when all this transpired, and then I lost touch with her at about 9. She was there with a husband and 2 children. One is 15, a boy, and a girl who is 13, just had a bar mitzvah in June. And they have another son who is older, who is 17, he was not with them. And I spoke to him in the evening, and he said that someone on the kibbutz that I know as well personally saw them being pulled out of the house, hidden in the mamad, which is the safety room, and the terrorists burnt the house down, to force them out of the mamad. And then.
Good evening. What is your favorite bean?
Favorite bean would have to be chickpeas. They're pretty versatile. You can include them in a lot of different dishes, and of course, chickpeas are the main ingredient of hummus. And hummus is pretty goddamn amazing. Not to be confused with Hamas, but hummus is the shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Smoked Lentil.
Someone, when they came out, someone saw them being pulled out alive. So, Hope is a very good storyteller. So, because with other stories, they shot them on sight, this ISIS-like terrorists, we hope, maybe as opposed to Thomas, that they are still alive and will be found and returned home safely.
Hope is a very good storyteller. I think that really captures.
$2. Watch 4 or 5 minutes. Cenk explains. Okay.
House Republicans continue to fight. The left is a cult.
I don't want to hear it from Republicans. We'll beat the shit out of them.
Time out. I need you to start
helping your party. Anarchy across America. Radical Democrats. Republicans. Republicans.
Yeah, I was fed up too. And that's why I'm running for President of the United States as an independent. I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and I approve this message.
If eating poop and drinking diarrhea was a part of Sharia law, I would support Hamas.
I still wouldn't, because they're a horrible terrorist organization. They're not just about eating poop. But thanks for the donation, Boil Diarrhea. Yo, donate to lawyers. How much to fund Aaron P? Would you fund Aaron P again? I was looking at a video today that looked good, but made me wonder if it would be copyright. Do you have a list of copyrighted material you can't react to? I also forgot the video. Hopefully I find. Sometimes the BBC, I can't play.
To be fair, it was an independent BLM chapter not affiliated with the national organization in any way that supported Hamas. It was the Chicago chapter. A few other chapters came out and didn't state their position but said they weren't affiliated.
Okay, if they're not completely disavowing at least that statement, then that's sus, to say the least. But yeah, I know it was the Chicago chapter. They're so goddamn fucking retarded, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, Darth Putin. So sometimes content from the BBC I can't watch. Apparently Kyle Kalinske I can't watch anymore. He has a weird copyright thing on YouTube now, where it basically gets my streams blocked. There's some like documentaries and shit that I can't watch. So like anything from National Geographic, crap like that. TLC, I can't watch that sort of stuff. But for the most part, I can watch most content on YouTube, on stream safely. Thanks for the donation, though, yo. That Robert Kennedy ad was pretty fucking terrible.
We're going to show you video of Joe Biden's challenger for the Democratic primary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. What do you think of him?
I think a strong body is a strong mind. I don't think there's anything
Yeah, because he takes steroids. He's smart. Okay.
wrong with a man exercising until the age he dies. Why wouldn't he? In fact, I love the idea of an elected world leader being in fantastic physical shape. I think it shows that they're a motivated, disciplined person, and I have a lot of respect for them. In the military, we make it mandatory to be in fantastic physical condition. Yes. So why wouldn't we have it mandatory for people who are in charge of the entire world? I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, so somebody being healthy in office is definitely a benefit for getting votes. If Joe Biden were younger and in better physical condition, he'd have a better chance against somebody like Trump. But being in shape does not mean you're a better fucking candidate. That's retarded. Like, Tate endorses Kennedy because he exercises and takes steroids? Like, what a fucking moron.
The infamous...
That was so stupid. Watch 4 to 5 minutes, Cenk explains.
To the big...
Alright, watch that. Thanks again, Dodo.
Brace yourself because the entire human race is gonna get even more stupid.
Alright, let me see.
In a new report by More Perfect Union, we've learned that an organization, a conservative organization known as the Alliance for Defending Freedom, sounds like a great name, is basically now working to use the Supreme Court to dismantle our public education system by diverting funding for public schools to voucher programs. Now, the voucher program...
They've been doing the same thing, basically, in Canada. They've tried to do that in Canada. They've done a similar thing, too, with public health care in the UK.
Might seem favorable to a lot of parents, especially because public schools aren't doing so well in certain districts, in certain states, and I totally understand that. But we need to think...
Oh yeah, and there's some chunguses in the military. You do not have to be in fantastic shape. Aaron P. donated $2. So at work today, I think I begged for a vegan for the first time today. He looked happy and full of life. I sometimes look at meat eaters and they look dead inside. I also begged for a trans, I think. Looked like a dude with boobs, but hot AF. Alright, well that's good to know, Aaron. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Long term about what that means. Diverting the money to vouchers means that the money then goes to private schools, oftentimes religious schools.
The only way I'm ever gonna upload content to Rumble is if I'm paid to do it. If they give me a deal for like 100K or more, then I'd upload to Rumble, but yeah, unless they're gonna pay me, I'm not gonna do it. It's a stupid Nazi platform and they're probably not gonna survive the test of time. I don't see that platform going anywhere. It's pretty clear that Rumble uses a ton of bots to artificially inflate their numbers. They're similar to TikTok with how they artificially inflate numbers.
And eventually, if more and more funding gets taken out of the public education system and public schools no longer exist, do we really think that there will be allocation for vouchers in order for parents to send their kids to whatever school they want at no cost to them? Something to keep in mind. But with that said, let's give you the details about this More Perfect Union.
I kissed my girlfriend.
I've done that before too. Hope you enjoyed kissing your girlfriend. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
Report. Now, you might not be familiar with this organization, Alliance for Defending Freedom, or ADF, but you're certainly familiar with their work because they're behind several Supreme Court rulings, which shows you how successful they've been in the past. Let's watch.
Alliance Defending Freedom, or ADF, was launched in 1994 by leaders in the Christian right community.
We've been duped into believing that somehow you can separate your Christianity, your religion, from what's going on in the country politically, and you cannot. They're intertwined.
Today, it's a nearly $100 million operation with a single goal. We are here to keep the door open for the gospel.
They were obviously the lawyers behind the recent 303 Creative versus Elenis case, which upended decades of civil rights protections for LGBTQ Americans.
So to see the kind of ruling we got was just an answer to prayer.
They also brought the Masterpiece Cake Shop versus Colorado case around the baker who wanted to deny service to same-sex couples who were getting married.
I'm Michael Ferris. I'm the president and general counsel.
I'm not so sure about that cake thing. That was a little weird. So I think the contention around the cake thing was whether or not that guy needed to basically write things on the cake that would suggest ideological support to, same-sex couples. I think he was willing to actually bake a wedding cake and everything. He just didn't want to write certain things on it or some shit like that. I didn't really delve too far into that story, but the cake thing was a little more complicated than he just wouldn't make a cake for a gay dude.
Council for Alliance Defending Freedom that defended Jack today.
They were behind the Dobbs decision that overturned Roe v. Wade, and they're obviously not stopping there.
We want Roe versus Wade reversed, but that's just kind of a huge milestone along the path to becoming a pro-life nation.
And now this, where they've sued to remove one of the most popular abortion pills from the market nationwide.
So that really gives you a sense of how
Jesus.
successful they've been in the past, and this is what strategy looks like. It would be nice to see a little bit of that on the left. Obviously, there are funding issues on the left when it comes to.
Can you get fat eating apples and leafy greens? If you were only eating apples and broccoli, I would say it would be physically impossible to get fat. Even if, like, say, you could eat a lot, you wouldn't be able to eat nearly enough to where you'd get, like, chonky. It's just so much food volume. And, I mean, that's basically all I'm eating. Apples and lettuce and shit. So, and that made me lose 55 pounds in 7 weeks. So... yeah, it's not really physically possible to get fat eating shit like that.
These types of strategic maneuvers. But with that said, now their focus is on using the conservative Supreme Court to help them dismantle public schools through
$3 to $4 per 1,000 views on Rumble compared to 18 on YouTube. I can tell you right now, you do not make $18 per 1,000 views on YouTube. There's no way. If that were so, maybe on certain videos, but you're not really getting those sorts of CPMs.
increasing voucher programs, okay? So let's talk about how they plan on doing that. So Documented obtained audio of Michael Ferris, who was the then CEO and general counsel of ADF, explaining the plan at an official, a plan to an official, I should say, at like this shadowy organization known as Ziklag. Have you heard of Ziklag before?
I gotta be honest, I haven't even heard of Ziklag.
They got it. Look, I know it's someone's last name and that's why they named it Ziklag. Not a great name, do better. But nonetheless, so Nick Sergey, who's the executive director of Documented, describes Ziklag as an organization that channels money to projects on the right. Now, the Washington Post called it a group devoted to expanding Christian influence over American culture and government. And membership in Ziklag, named after a town in the Bible that David used to organize raids against enemies of the ancient Israelites, is restricted to people with a net worth of at least 25 million, according to a page on Ziklag's website that was viewed by the Post but has since been made private. So my bad, it actually doesn't have to do with someone's last name, it has to do with a reference in the Bible. But nonetheless, this is what their goal is. And keep in mind, like there's the other element of this outside of decimating public schools and moving to a fully private model, which would essentially divert public money to religious organizations, which should be unconstitutional.
Well, yeah, it should be because of secular laws, and also they're fucking tax exempt. So why the fuck would they need money diverted? It's like, it's beyond fucked.
It's currently happening in various jurisdictions across the country as we speak.
So look, it's a free country, and but there's, so on the one hand, I understand these guys organize tons of money, and a lot of the super rich in this country are very religious, and not just religious but fundamentalist, right? So they call themselves pro-life. You know, we call them anti-choice, but either way, that's their genuine view. So they take some of their money and then they give some of it, and in one case, a guy gave over $1 billion, and they just give it to these groups, and they go use the money and make the country
Dude, give me that fucking money. Why doesn't somebody give me a fucking $1 billion?
ours and not theirs. Do it any way you can. Now they have a giant problem. It's democracy. The country's pro-choice. No matter where you vote, and this has already happened, Kansas, Kentucky.
Skip to 2100 hours and watch the last 5 minutes of this. AU has finally revealed his power level and is completely mask off neo-Nazi tier genocide advocating. No joke. Also report his account for ban evading. Lol.
Let me take a look. Dodo sent me a video. We'll react to the Dodo video first, then we'll watch the AIU thing. Thanks for the donation though, Gurmit.
Obstacle kind of standing in your way is the fact that you were born in Turkey, you immigrated to the United States at 8 years old, you are a naturalized citizen, but my understanding is that only US born citizens can run for president. You disagree with that, why?
Yeah, the case law is completely on my side. So this conventional wisdom, we've all heard it. We heard it in 8th grade civics class and it's stuck in our heads. It was an easy thing to remember, right? Oh, if you're not born here. And by the way, there's 25 million Americans who are naturalized citizens. And every one of us has heard about 200 times in our lives, you can't run for president. Now, look guys, the people who say that, they just remember it from school. They don't mean any harm by it, right? But for those of us who hear it, what we're hearing is you're not really fully American. We don't trust you. You're from a different country. And so the reason that the founding fathers put that in the first place was because at the time they were worried about royal princes that come into the bloodline and will find a way to snake control away to a foreign government. That's not
Dodo Nightellers, it's outrageous. This should be illegal. Every day the human race is just getting dumber and dumber. When will it end? When we finally self-destruct. Well, that's why we need to arm every lefty with machine guns. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Stuff's not at all relevant anymore. And it's obviously not fair. It's super not fair. There's Ted Lieu, who's in Congress now and who's a colonel in the Air Force. What is he not? He's loyal to Taiwan because he came when he was 3. It's absurd. But none of that matters. The only thing that matters is the case law. And the Supreme Court has already ruled in Schneider v. Rusk. I asked you guys if you would do graphics. Do you have those graphics or no?
We do, yeah, let's put them.
So, yeah, and I wanted to show you guys this so you can see it with your own eyes. And thank you for humoring me on that. And so this is from a law review article in University of Illinois. And it shows you definitively that Schneider v. Rusk has already decided this issue. So they had an issue that came up where naturalized citizens were being treated different than natural born citizens. So here's what the court wrote. This is the Supreme Court in that case. The statute proceeds on the impermissible assumption that naturalized citizens as a class are less reliable and bear less allegiance to this country than do the native born. This is an assumption that is impossible for us to make. Moreover, while the 5th Amendment contains no equal protection clause, it does forbid discrimination that is so unjustifiable as to be violative of due process. A native born citizen is free to reside abroad indefinitely without suffering loss of citizenship. The discrimination aimed at naturalized citizens drastically limits their rights to live and work abroad in a way that other citizens may. It creates indeed a second-class citizenship. So the Supreme Court ruled it is unconstitutional to discriminate against naturalized citizens.
That doesn't sound like what their ruling was. That sounds like they just ruled that it's discriminatory, not that it's unconstitutional.
This issue is actually already settled, just no one knows it. So I'm gonna try to get this albatross off of all of our necks. If you're one of those 25 million Americans, that alone is a reason to go to jangforamerica.com and support what I'm doing, because I'm going to try my best to make us all 100% citizens. And I think the Supreme Court is clearly on our side. I'll read one last thing. Thank you for
not the fucking current Supreme Court.
Again, for humoring me on this. The law review article of University of Illinois concluded this should be the end of the story. Schneider is clear that treating natural-born citizens and naturalized citizens differently is contrary to the Fifth Amendment. Forbidding naturalized citizens from being president or vice president is a form of discrimination that limits their options and treats them as second-class citizens. It is not permissible. It is unconstitutional.
So while I agree with that take,
So that's interesting. I didn't know that they made that ruling already, but yeah, I don't know if this guy's actually going to be able to run, especially with a conservative Supreme Court. Interesting, though. All right, let's look at how racist AIU is.
Healthcare and aid that they provide them. So they're gifting them that shit, and this is how they're thanked for it. It's utterly crazy. So his reaction to they were ethnically cleansed back in the day, I mean, watch them not even have a point. Watch.
Okay, no, I'm done. I'm done.
See that? So it's I can't even. That's the Gen Z, millennial. That's their reaction. I can't even. I don't have an argument, but I'm just going to say talking points.
I can't take it anymore, dog. Christy XO is a dude, just found out. All the chic in the chat are actually men like WTF? I'm tired of dudes, I got enough of that in jail yo. Jailbird needs to lay his eggs but I'm a dude so maybe I'll lay one for y'all.
Alright, well, sorry to hear that, I guess. Maybe, I don't know, try to get some OnlyFans chicks in my chat somehow. Thanks for the donation though, Mags.
And so talking points that you will hear are the following. Occupation bad. Occupation should end. Free Palestine. All these things don't mean anything, by the way. The word occupation is a misnomer and it's bullshit.
It is an occupation. What is his argument for, like...
Jesus Christ, you're retarded. Turns out Republicans were right all along. We should have a wall. Hamas has been sending sleeper cells through the Mexican border alongside the illegals and they're going to commit terrorist acts here like ISIS did years ago.
I doubt it, but thanks for the nation, 21st Savage.
Here is $3. I can't find the other $999,997. You smart. You shart. LLLLLLL Rich Gisrad.
Well, thank you for that, non-wib. If you find the other $999,997, I'd appreciate it if you could send it my way. But thanks again, non-wib.
I don't like slippery slope arguments cause they're usually utilized by unhinged conservatives, but if Cenk makes a case to run, doesn't that open it up to monsters like Elon?
Yes, but like Elon has as much likelihood of becoming president as fucking Kanye, so thanks for the donation though, Quest. Appreciate it. Yeah, what is AIU's justification for the occupation of Palestine? Because basically their land was taken away from them, and the Israelis created an open wall prison in Gaza. So, like, does AIU think that, I don't know, if Chinese people just took parts of where does he fucking even live? I don't know. I don't know where he's from. Like, I'm assuming he's from the United States. Like, if China came over to the United States, took a bunch of land, and then, again, basically had an open-walled prison where they controlled all goods and services going in and out of, that kind of confinement zone, controlled the electricity, controlled the water, controlled the gas, all energy supplies, and also controlled people coming in and out. Like, he thinks that's okay? Just because?
Okay? Free Palestine is also bullshit, and it is code for get rid of the effing Jews and implode the nation state of Israel. That's what.
That is not what it's code for. It's just give Palestinians equal rights. So AIU is unironically pro-apartheid, so I would imagine he'd have like a stupid-ass cope sort of reasoning for this. Like, what I don't understand is, if this guy has openly said he supports the apartheid, why the hell doesn't he just... Maybe it's because he's afraid of getting banned again or something, or people reporting him, because he is ban evading. I would have just expected him to just flat out state, you know, Palestinians are subhumans and they need to be locked and confined.
That means. That's river to the sea nonsense. Okay, here's another thing. Open air prison. Bullshit.
How is that bullshit? It literally is an open air prison. So nobody can enter, nobody can leave unless they get, you know, some sort of special permission to do so. The only real way that anybody in Palestine can even get out of that area is through Egypt. And Egypt has right now completely closed their borders. You could argue why they've done that. It's probably related to Hamas. But again, it's very extremely difficult to get out of there. Israel also controls all the food coming into Gaza. They control all the electricity. They also control all the fuel, so like gas, coming into Gaza. How in the hell is it not an open-air prison? Like, again, if China were to come over here and basically create this sectioned off, like, you know, piece of land where you only have Americans, and then all around it is Chinese, and they didn't let Americans leave, you would call that an open-air prison.
Total fucking bullshit. Open air prison, and you know what? That's a great analogy because I like it. Let's run with it. Gaza's an open air prison. Well, you know what prisons are? Do you know how you get to a prison? You commit a crime.
So because you're a certain ethnicity, you've committed a crime. Like what? Dodo Tellers, look how many international civilians have been killed / hostage by Hamas in the recent attack, even Chinese nationals. And the number is growing. Look at Thailand, Nepal, India. The world will be angry at Hamas. Oh,
the devastations they brought.
I'm sure, like, Israel's going to get just worldwide support for the Hamas attack, especially since they've just indiscriminately killed just everybody of different, you know, nationalities.
Recently in Israel, not just to Israeli people, not just to the Muslims of Israel, but to the other countries too. Totally 200 of the foreigners lost their lives because of the Hamas attack. It is not fight for Palestine or something. This is the brutal action performed by total barbarians, the same which we see in the Russian
one Chinese hostage
army. Israel will respond, and the response will shock this world, especially Hamas. My friends, don't forget to press the like to this video, and also don't forget...
Yeah, so Israel's going to flatten Gaza. They're also going, like, they've already cut off all food, water, energy. They're going to wait it out and basically have people die of dehydration, starve, not have any electricity, die from wounds from the airstrikes, and then they're going to do a full sweep and try to completely eliminate all anybody they suspect to be related to Hamas. That's what they're going to do. And I think Hamas is going to really regret doing what they did. And the problem is, like, unfortunately, Palestinians have to pay the price for what Hamas did. That's the sad thing. Since things have gotten to this point, like, I'm not really against Israel having this sort of response. Like, it kind of seems like what has to be done, but the shitty thing is Israel kind of created this problem to a large extent. Human Milk donated $2. Another bullshit take from Brandon Carter. Swear this guy is autistic. Let me see.
Almond milk is a scam. It's bullshit. First of all,
almond milk is a scam. I think almond milk is almond milk. So
it should be called almond juice because milk has to come from a titty.
So should coconut milk be renamed coconut juice, you idiot? Like, we use the term milk to describe things that have a white milk-like consistency.
Everyone knows that. And that titty has to be connected to a mammal.
Right, okay, so I didn't know coconuts came from an animal. The coconut mammal.
Milk comes from a mammal's titty only. That's basic biology. You learned that in grade school. But then these goddamn yuppies, these hippies, they soak almonds in water and then drain the juice and then call that milk. That's not milk, ass. Milk comes from a mammal's titty. It's juice. And it's not even good juice. Because the only way they can make that taste good is by adding a bunch of sugar and or
cow's milk has sugar in it. So if he's gonna say almond milk is bad for you because it contains sugar, cow's milk contains sugar. Like, it's all glucose at the end of the day. So how is cow's milk good for you and then almond milk bad? I don't understand. They're both sugar.
Or artificial sweeteners to make that digestible. It's the same for soy milk, cashew milk.
What is digestible? Does he mean palatable?
Coconut milk, none of that is fucking milk. Simple biology. Milk comes from a mammal's titties. I don't even think you should drink that shit. It's not even really good for you.
Yeah, so cow's milk is associated with prostate cancer. So, cow's milk that actually has a strong and consistent relationship with prostate cancer, he recommends consuming, but something like soy milk, which actually has a negative relationship with both breast and prostate cancer, lowers your risk for those types of cancers. Not good for you because they might sweeten it with sugar, even though cow's milk also contains sugar. Ah, logic. Yeah. I think his bald head, like the reason his head is bald is because like all the cells around his brain are just like infected with some kind of rot, and it's reached his scalp and it made his hair fall out.
Instead of drinking almond juice, eat some real food.
What a fucking moron, dude. Yeah, just genuine idiot.
Jesus fucking Christ, I always get so triggered when people say veganism or any other type of plant-based food is a scam. What the fuck does that even mean? I immediately lose respect for anyone who says that stupid fucking retarded bullshit. Fuck people.
Well, Brandon Carter is a well-known fucking complete idiot. Like, he's been promoting the ketogenic diet, saying saturated fat's good for you. Like, he's a real dum-dum. But thanks, OmniVegan. Appreciate the donation.
Oh, well, Devin, what crime did the Palestinian people commit? Well, how long you got? How much time do you have? Because they are on an ongoing campaign of terror and warfare and...
No, that's Hamas, stupid.
...and mayhem toward their northern border, towards Israel, for decades.
Yeah, so dude, Israel took Palestinian territory. Like, again, if a Chinese person were to just steal your house, like, yeah, that's going to create, like, tensions. So Israelis started it. I'm not in support of Hamas, obviously, but they're the ones who started this conflict. Israeli politicians, I think including Netanyahu, have admitted that their policy decisions have basically been the genesis of Hamas. And yeah, right now they're kind of paying for it. Now, Hamas would probably still exist to some extent if or some other kind of, Muslim extremist terrorist organization would still exist, even if Israel wasn't enacting an apartheid on Palestine. But the reason why Hamas ended up getting the support it did was because of the Israeli apartheid. So if you have a problem with Hamas, then you should, by logical extension, have a problem with the Israeli apartheid.
Okay, they are constantly planning, amassing arms, attacking people, bombing, suicide bombs, the whole thing, throwing...
That's not Palestinians, that's Hamas. He's conflating the two.
Rockets over there. Rocks.
This is basically like... This is sort of what people in the Middle East do when they talk about America, especially like in countries like Iraq. They conflate like, Bush era politicians and, like some of the war crimes committed by American soldiers at the time to just all Americans. So, okay, is that fair to basically say, oh, American soldiers under, Bush, they committed war crimes, so all Americans are in support of war crimes?
That's a war crime too. Do not throw rocks. Someone could lose an eye. All of that shit has been going on forever. So if you want to call it an open-air prison, then acknowledge that you are the rightful prisoners of that prison because of the crimes you commit, the crimes against humanity and the state of Israel. So go fuck yourself, you rock-throwing scumbags. How about that?
Moron.
I can't watch this. I can't watch this. I will die. I will perish.
Isn't it cool he's Obama and the Queen of England, who's now dead, and he crossed her eyes out with X's? So basically desecrating an image of a dead old woman. But hey,
the amount of fucking fucked up war crimes the royal family was involved in that Queen Elizabeth was complicit in, at the very least, if not supported and defended.
Whatever, man. It's colonialism, right? The woman's a symbolic... First of all, under her reign is the death of the British Empire. Okay, everything was withdrawn under her, and her role in society, in the world, is completely symbolic. It's a freaking tourist attraction. She does nothing. She waves.
She was involved in one of the most horrific fucking mass killings in fucking Africa.
She gives a statement at Christmas like it's nothing. And he has hatred to her because she's white. She's not Muslim. She's not... I mean, is there any... Hold on. Let me scan this. Is there any dead pictures or pictures with eyes crossed out of Muslim kings? Because they have royal families. Any Saudi princes in here who have died that he's desecrating? No? Interesting.
He's defending Queen Elizabeth. This is cringe as fuck, dude.
Are you telling me that the Muslim world and their leaders and their history isn't to be laid at the foot of... He's Muslim.
I will cease to perish. He said Nakba never happened. And then he said it's actually Jews that were ethnically cleansed from the West Bank. Oh my...
Thank you, Hassan. We heard that. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't even... So all this is just like bluster and he hasn't said anything.
God, dude.
Dude, literally? How many literals? Let's fire up a little thing that I like to call a visual aid. Because just like I said, we're a primal. Here's what we like: sex and violence. And we also like to look at things because we are visual.
By the way, I don't understand how AIU can have this sort of position but like be anti-gun. He's against firearms ownership, but then he's like pro-Israel.
Learners, and we're distracted by lights and shit like that. So let me write this down, and I don't want to do white on white because it will not be close. Guess. Let me put that on the board. That's literally.
He makes the most brain dead, cringe fucking content, and yeah, just report him. Promotes terrorism, misinformation, harassment, bullying. Legal issue? I don't know if legal issue would be the right one. Yeah, they don't have a specific report for ban evasion. Oh, let's say hateful or abusive content. Promotes hatred or violence. There we go. Fuck, what's a good timestamp?
Prison. You commit a... Okay, here's another thing. Open air prison.
Yeah, let's go with that. Claims all Palestinians are criminals and basically deserve to either be imprisoned or killed. There we go. Fuck AIU, I hate that son of a bitch. Alright, let's take a break from the Israel-Palestine stuff and take a look at the Pter Hitchns storm out of interview.
Harsher substances. Do you think that cannabis is a gateway drug?
No, I think it's quite bad enough itself. It doesn't need to be a gateway to be bad. The potential effects of it on users appear to be, by correlation, to be so serious that it's silly to think of it as a gateway drug to others. It's quite bad as it is. The whole system of classification was designed, as far as I know, back in the early 1970s.
So I'm going to assume, based on his accent, that this guy enjoys a nice shot of whiskey on, cold evenings to warm the joints and the blood. So I'm assuming this guy's fine with alcohol. But then he's saying, yeah, marijuana, so bad. Let's see. I'm pretty sure alcohol is the number one cause of emergency room visits. It's something like the fucking single drug most responsible for deaths. And then he's saying marijuana bad. Okay.
To actually make it seem less threatening than the then bogeyman drugs of heroin and LSD, which is why it had a different classification from them.
So do you think that would have been a wise idea, upgrading the class?
No, none of these things
He thinks LSD is fucking bad?
have any real relevance at all. The current classification, I think, means the maximum sentence for possession is, I think, 5 years in prison and an unlimited fine. That's quite a severe sentence. And the point about the law at the moment is that it's not enforced. Not the law is not stringent enough on paper, but that nobody enforces it. So upgrading it or making noises about it being a gateway drug won't change that until the police enforce the law, which
this
is what
isn't
they're
Diet
paid to
Pepsi,
do.
it's Pepsi Zero.
Then nothing will happen.
One donated $2. Blaha caught fapping.
Which is why it's a little crazy when people like me, when we game the system for weigh-ins, like you guys have seen me lose 23 pounds in one day for powerlifting weigh-ins and stuff, right? Gerald, you can force the swoosh, but it's going to rebound the other direction. So let's use that as the perfect example. All right, the last time that I did a 23-pound water cut for a competition, right?
He starts shaking and fidgeting every single time he has to lie.
23 pounds. I stepped on the scale. By the time the meet started, I was up 30.
The fuck is he doing?
Why is your left arm shaking? Anders, what's wrong with you? Seriously.
Blaha is a very sad, pathetic human being.
Yes, I sometimes hear you mischaracterized as a person who wants harsher penalties for drugs.
People will say things like this. Actually the harshness of the penalty isn't really the point. The point is that there is a penalty, that it's a realistic penalty, and that it is imposed when people break the law. In general, I'm of the view that...
Yes, I want to see the police arrest and apprehend anybody who's smoking the marijuana. I once was sipping whiskey on my balcony, and I saw a 17-year-old boy enjoying a smoke, and I believe it was a marijuana cigarette, and I called up the local police, and they were rather reluctant to apprehend the young man. This guy's a dipshit.
With enforcing law, that with first offences you're pretty lenient. You don't want to ruin someone's life for one offence, but once the second offence kicks in, I think you have to be serious.
How is it an offense? Explain how smoking marijuana for personal use is an offense.
And at the moment, we're unserious about first offences and equally unserious about second ones. So there is no deterrence of possession of marijuana, which is the principal offence. And so it continues to grow, and people regard it, A, as legal, and B, as not really a drug.
Well, describe for me the scene in the UK as you see it. I think people listening to this, particularly American listeners, might not quite understand what it is you're talking about when you say that, at least I've heard you say in the past, that marijuana is effectively already decriminalized in this country.
It's not just me who says that. Many prominent police officers have said it. It is evidently the case.
But to what extent is this the case? I mean, for example, if I were to just sort of walk up to a police officer and smoke a joint in front of them, presumably they would do something about it.
I doubt it.
You think even in
every
every
year on the 20th of April, there's this 420
of course, yeah,
demonstration in Hyde Park, which the law is openly mocked, and the police just stand around. Unless they're really seriously rubbed up the wrong way, they won't do anything. They'd rather not do anything. It's a nuisance to them. It's for them because the courts are not interested. And the state is not interested. Police will only enforce laws when they get the strong impression that the government wants them enforced, and they have been getting the strong impression for years that the government doesn't want this one enforced, so you can't be surprised when they don't do it.
And in some places, even in the UK, there seems to be not just a sort of inability to...
This guy sounds like an intellectual, like the guy you 3v3 debated on veganism on the Crucible. That guy sounded like this guy. Oh yeah, he had the most annoying voice ever. He literally sounds like somebody trying to make, an impression of some like pompous fucking British asshole. Yes, he talked like this the entire time. It was really quite frustrating. I hated that guy. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
To enforce this law, apparently, from the police, but also, I'm thinking, for example, recently of Scotland and the suggestion of drug-taking rooms or something of this sort.
This is all these things. It's like drug testing units at rock festivals and so forth. All these things are designed to mock and call into question the law itself. As a signatory to the Universal Drugs Convention, and also as a member of the United Nations Security Council, Britain cannot legislate, not seriously, to abandon these laws because it's signed international treaties saying it will have them. But what it can do instead, and this has been known to drug decriminalization campaigns for years, is it can just not enforce them. And that's what has been going on, first of all, informally, and then more and more formally, especially since the Runciman report and the London police experiments of the early parts of the century. It's just become a de facto legalized drug, and anybody who wanders around London will smell it all the time.
And I guess I'm interested in why this might have become the case. I mean, there are a lot of people who want drugs to be officially decriminalized in this country. I've made videos in the past on my YouTube channel talking about the subject, and I'm broadly in favor of the decriminalization of drugs, although it's a fairly malleable position to me. It's not something that I've thought about a whole lot. I'm wondering, in other words, a lot of people will listen to what you're saying and think to themselves, well, okay, but this is kind of a good thing. Maybe it's a bad thing that the police aren't enforcing the law.
These are all people whose children have not started taking marijuana at an early age. Those who have will, in many cases, know very well the reason why they should worry about it.
Why does this guy assume that making something illegal will prevent people from doing it? Like, care to show any fucking data that enforcement of these laws actually reduces use? This is just baffling.
because although, as I say, we have no...
Like again, kids are getting a hold of it. And the reason they're getting a hold of it is because drug dealers are the ones selling it. Do you think like some fucking punk degenerate drug dealer is going to care if he's selling weed to like a 14-year-old? So if you just have all marijuana sales regulated and sold by the state like they do in Canada, you would prevent sales to fucking underage kids. So if he's going to make that fucking argument, then that's an argument for legalization, not criminalization.
Causal link, we have a growing correlation between the use of marijuana, particularly at an early age, this isn't exclusive, but it's strongly so, between the use of marijuana and mental illness of an incurable and disastrous kind. And that once that's visited a home, then people understand
then that's an argument for legalization, dummy.
There might be reasons for worrying about it, but those who haven't experienced that are influenced by a wholly different set of values. They, particularly the use of marijuana in this country by the, what you might call the educated elite, became common in the 1960s. It's a very old thing. It also, the smoking of marijuana, the rolling of the joint, the passing round of it, the sharing of it, is a sort of ceremonial holy communion, unholy communion, if you like, of the 60s generation. And it's also very much linked and referred to in a huge part of the music which people listen to. It's part of the culture. And many of the people who were involved in that culture permitted their children to take drugs at home, and they know their children take drugs, and they're worried that their careers might be impaired if the law is enforced, so they're against it. That's the crude way of putting it. They themselves don't believe in the law, and they think that their own children should not suffer from it.
But surely, I mean, it's conceivable to have a person who is broadly, as I am, in favor of the decriminalization of drugs, officially speaking, that is, but at the same time think that we shouldn't be giving drugs to children. I mean, just like with alcohol or smoking, these things are legal in this country, but it's not legal to sell these things to children.
No, but they get into the hands of children, and if they were commercially on sale, if the drug were legalized, as say it's been in Canada, so it can be bought in a shop, then it would be more available to children than it is now.
No. Where the fuck does show me the evidence that it makes it more available to children? Show me the fucking evidence.
I think, certainly from Colorado, one of the American states where it's been legalized, there is a certain amount of evidence beginning to pile up of its use among school children.
One of the first fucking studies to be conducted on legalization of marijuana was in the Netherlands, and they found that there was no association between legalizing and increase in use. Actually, Netherlands had one of the lower rates of usage in all of Europe, even though they legalized. And there was no change in usage after legalizing. So what is he talking about?
Children, which has intensified following legalization. I don't think anyone can really claim that if a drug is legalized and put on general sale and ultimately advertised as well, that young people will not use it, even though it's technically illegal for them to do so. Anybody in their teens can obtain alcohol, and they can also obtain cigarettes, and these things are on wide.
Does this guy not remember Prohibition era? As if alcohol was ever inaccessible to anybody, even when it was prohibited.
Sale in many cases in smuggled and illicit forms, which they're not illegal in themselves, but they are smuggled, and in the case of alcohol, illicitly made.
Like it's just so hilarious. This guy is admitting that it's illegal for kids to get alcohol, and then he admits kids get alcohol. Okay, well, what would making same thing with weed? Like if we regulated weed so it would be illegal for kids to buy it, then he's just acknowledging these laws do nothing. So if he's going to acknowledge these laws do nothing, then why the fuck is he promoting criminalization? It's so fucking stupid. I just got to go take a piss. I'll be right back. Like, another thought I just had too is this guy is basically saying it should be kept illegal because kids might get a hold of it. There's plenty of things that you might not want a child to get a hold of. There's certain foods that are harmful to children. There's certain media that's harmful to children. You wouldn't want kids playing certain video games or watching certain movies, pornography, shit like that. Should all of this be made illegal? Should we ban any and all content, and, you know, any goods or services that might be harmful to children, because children might be able to get a hold of it? Like, let's just get rid of freedom of speech, freedom of expression, ban, like, all movies that could be, you know, seen as offensive, ban all video games that could be seen as offensive, ban certain, like, food products and shit that could be harmful to kids, because kids might possibly be able to get a hold of it. Like, why is marijuana this, like, unique exception to this, where, oh yeah, kids might get a hold of it, so let's ban it. But, oh yeah, like porn, violent movies, video games, like, yeah, kids might get a hold of it, but, like, yeah, we can't ban that. Stupid.
There is a valuable lesson to be learned. We will begin at 2100 hours when ready.
Alright, this is probably gonna be stupid as shit.
For you right now, when you know, for the guys I've just said who are feeling like shit because someone else is performing better than you in your studies, it's the exact same thing. So should you enjoy yourself or should you work hard when you're young? I think
you could do both. You could work hard, you know, get an education, you know, work hard at whatever job or career you're doing, and have fun on your spare time. Like, why is everything this, like, weird black and white dichotomy? You're either, like, you can either spend all of your fucking waking moments of life working and doing shit you hate, or you can waste your fucking life and just, like, jerk off, play video games, and eat junk food all day. Like, there's no in between.
If I want to best learn how to defend myself, what do you suggest? BJJ, boxing, or something else?
If you needed to, so if you only had time to dedicate to one single martial art, I would say BJJ. BJJ would be your best bet. So Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or Judo, it's the same fucking thing, really. The reason being is most fights end up, you know, being a grappling match anyway, and people, like, most people don't know how to grapple. They don't know how to wrestle. So even if you find somebody who's, you know, particularly good at, you know, stand-up fighting, there are some people who are just naturals at, you know, like, boxing without even training. They're just very coordinated and shit. Maybe they've gotten into a few fights just because they're that type of person. They're not going to know what to do when it comes to grappling. So you're going to have a huge advantage over most people in an actual fight. On top of that, if you learn how to take advantage of, like, takedowns and the fact that, you know, concrete floors are very hard, you can just learn how to throw people to the ground and smash them on their head, and then the fight's over then and there. The amount of force you can put into somebody's skull just by, like, again, throwing them and making sure their head hits the ground is going to be way more than, you know, the kind of force you could generate through a punch or a kick. So BJJ, I'd say, would be best of all. If you had to learn a striking martial art for self-defense, boxing would probably be your best bet. Kickboxing's all right, but generally speaking, you want to avoid kicking in self-defense scenarios. So I would say BJJ and boxing if you had two options. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Appreciate it. Dodo donated $2, gave me 3 links. Let me see. Okay, I don't know if okay, routers. I could probably watch that. Oh shit. I'm surprised, given the political state of Israel, that there can be any kind of large gatherings like this without military presence involved. Oh shit. Yeah, that is crazy. That is a fucked up situation. Holy crap. Oh my god, they're lucky.
This is Daniel Roberts. Yes. Who is the founder of the Youth Shooters of America. Yep. How did you get to overcome your instinct and be able to shoot the youth?
Hi VG. Hope you are doing great tonight. Did you hear that a Trump event will feature neo-Nazi influencer who killed someone driving drunk?
I did not know that. Trump event will feature neo-Nazi influencer who killed someone driving drunk. Ian Smith is a Holocaust denier who said the good guys didn't win World War II. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, the Republican Party just shamelessly, unironically supports Nazis. That is insane.
What's a good cardiovascular exercise that can overcome asthma or improve your lung capacity?
Well, if you have asthma, you're going to have to take medication to treat that. There's no particular type of exercise that won't be impacted by asthma. You have to treat that with medication. But any form of aerobic work is obviously going to improve your aerobic capacity. So it could be jogging, could be cycling. If you have asthma, maybe swimming isn't the best idea. Boxing, martial arts, rollerblading. My two most favorite forms of cardio are cycling and inline skating or rollerblading. The reason is they're easy on your joints. Pretty much anybody can do them, especially cycling. Inline skating, there's like a skill gap where a lot of people can't do it, but if you can, like if you've ice skated before and you're fairly decent at it, you should be able to do inline skating without any real trouble. It's easier on your joints than running, and it can actually burn more calories per minute compared to running, so those are good low impact forms of cardio that can greatly improve your aerobic capacity. but you have to treat asthma with medication. Thanks for the donation, though, Dutchie. Hope that helps. And thank you, Bend Over. Crack Pipe donated $2. More nonsense with Zerka. Would you say the house Zerka is at is a mental asylum or a crack house? Also, thanks for the streams. Well, thank you, dude. Let me see.
Hey, but hey, he added this 2K more views. He added this 2K more views.
I don't know.
Hey, I get it.
This is rough.
Mike, why don't you, Mike, and I did too, and I still outviewed you afterwards. So why don't you outview me, Mike? Mike, why don't you outview me?
Oh, that's all your brain is. Wait, because you're talking shit, you say you're better. I'm a loser. Hey, guys, I get outviewed.
Dude, that's fine.
Every day become a talentless asshole, no personality. Mike, everyone shit talks you. John shit talks you. His chat shit, not John. His chat shit talks you.
Because you can't. Okay, you can't outview me. Yes. No, you can't outview me. Outview me. You suck.
Dude, why does he
No,
care so
you
much
suck.
about views?
Outview me.
This guy's
Outview
having
me.
an episode.
Outview me.
Here we go.
You missed your punch, dude. Really, bro? Hey, Mike, you missed. Hey, Mike, you mad, bro? Hey, Mike, you missed too, Mike.
I don't know how the hell you can be in an environment like that and stay there and keep doing that shit.
A lot of the chat agrees Jasmine looks like this person.
You didn't give me a link, but thanks for the donation, Derek.
Because I'm blonde.
I don't trust you people. You guys don't have souls, bro.
You don't trust blondes? Okay, but how can I trust you?
Wait, I don't mean to say blondes. Blondes are hot. I'll still the shit out you. I'm just saying I don't want to see a blonde wife in my bed. I want to see dark hair.
Why?
I don't know, because I'm dark. And you know what's
So
weird?
you want someone that looks like your sister?
Actually, yeah, kind of. Like,
That's
not
weird. So
try.
you would your sister?
It depends. I don't have a sister.
Bro,
I've never met
if
her.
you had a sister, would you your sister?
It depends if anyone's...
What do you mean depends?
If
That should not be an if or
Grace,
and question.
it depends who's home.
What? Is it your mom, your dad, or your sister?
Well, I don't want, like, if my aunt is home, I don't want her to get jealous.
Because I'm...
That's pretty funny. You gotta admit, that is a good joke. Yeah, I don't know whose home that is. I can't remember the kid's name, but I'm surprised that he lets these crazy people in his house to film these live streams and shit. But thanks for the nation, crack pipe.
Well, I haven't done that. What we do is teach and promote youth shooting sports.
A lot of the chat agrees Jasmine looks like this person.
Donald J. Trump.
I mean, there's a small resemblance. Jasmine's a hell of a lot cuter, though. People are saying you look like the crazy lady who freaked out at the Donald Trump's, you know, the green jacket wearing person? Not really, like, it's just the hair and the glasses, I think. But, yeah, I know. Well, people say I fucking look like every half-black person, too, so... Thanks for that donation, though, Derek.
You shoot the youth for sport?
No. No, in the United States, there are several different disciplines of competitive shooting.
So it is to train?
It's to promote safe use with kids, but there's something wrong with the culture that we can't talk about kids being around guns.
Dan Roberts, an avid gun enthusiast for 30 years.
There is nothing exceptionally high-powered about an AR-15. What David Hogg and Emma Gonzalez have said repeatedly, smacks of emotional blackmail.
Bro, I don't think I totally agree with Sacha Baron Cohen's take on guns. Like, I just recently went to a shooting range and shot a shotgun for the first time. Like, shotguns are so ridiculously powerful, you have no fucking idea. Like, holy shit. I would much rather get shot with an AR-15 than a shotgun. Like, these things are crazy. Like, you cannot capture just how fucking loud shotguns are on, like, camera. They're so insanely deafening. Even with ear protection, they'll make your fucking head ring. and you can just feel like the recoil and shockwave that comes out of the barrel, you know, once you shoot. Like, the idea that an AR-15 is super dangerous, but a shotgun isn't, like, these are individual fucking bullet holes. These are the size of, like, a fucking toonie, dude. Imagine getting shot with that. Like, an AR-15 is like a little pinhole. A slug from a 12-gauge shotgun is fucking massive. So the wound channel is so much worse. The idea that an AR-15 needs to be banned or something, but we're fine with shotguns, is just fucking retarded.
The man just shot 600 people. What are you going to do about this?
We're not going to do much of anything, hopefully.
I am going to teach you how to survive a beheading.
Oh, okay, I'm very interested.
I survived 2 beheading.
Wow, I want to know how to do this, sir.
There is only one defense.
Okay.
You want to learn it?
Absolutely.
The only vulnerable point is the groin. So I am going to attack the groin.
Really?
Do you want to have somebody remove your manhood?
Right.
Do you want to?
No, of course not.
You bite, you have him.
Right.
Don't let go until you are safe.
Right.
One time, I had my attackers, Zayn. You identify the target, I put up the sword, I am talking, and now you attack.
Move! Cool.
Everybody, drop the weapon. Go.
Drop them now! Everybody stay where you are!
Okay.
I love how he got this guy to actually do that. These people are so stupid. Alright, let's watch this.
I'm not going to tell you to be balanced because I think that's bullshit. What I'm going to say to you is if you can only secure one of them, you'll be more glad that you secured working hard. You know why? Because anyone who
Yeah, Hamza, you can play video games on the weekend, okay? You can maybe treat yourself to a cupcake, you know, every once in a while. I mean, like, this guy thinks you can't work hard and also enjoy yourself. And again, this is coming from a fucking YouTuber who self-admittedly only worked about an hour and a half per week on his YouTube videos. And that's how he, you know, got to 2.2 million subs and shit and made all of his money.
Anyone who thinks that if they just enjoy themselves now, they'll be satisfied is completely wrong. Anyone got that mindset? Just be totally honest and just type yes in the chat if this is your line of thinking. Did you think that if you did enjoy yourself, you'd enjoy yourself for a little while, maybe you'll party a little bit, maybe you'll try like going to like, you know, parties or take drugs or maybe have sex and like, you know, be social. And then you're kind of like,
Sorry.
you're kind of...
He says you can't have sex when you're in your like teens or 20s, or else you'll ruin your fucking life because you did something that you found enjoyable rather than working. What?
Stop doing that because the itch has been ticked. The itch is...
Dude, Hamza's like fucking mental. Ryan Webb donated $2. Although ugly baby, maybe you could block it to review Sverige take on lean beef patty. Ew, gross.
Beef patty. Today I'm going to review it together with my daughter because of the topic of this video. The video is called Bath Time with Pig. She gave the pig some man-made fruits to sniff before, which obviously a natural animal doesn't want, and now some other garbage, which the pig shouldn't even be eating naturally.
He thinks a pig wouldn't eat fruit.
It's bath time.
Yeah, this is just cancer. Whatever. Thanks for the donation though, Ryan.
Just been scratched. Anyone had that mindset of like, that's what, like enjoying yourself right now is like, oh, what if I just do it a little bit right now? Like whatever the enjoyment will be so that I can eventually stop doing it. And I won't desire it anymore. So at least I've felt it. For many of us typing yes right now, let me tell you the truth. That's not how it works at all. And just be honest, I want total truth from at least a few guys here. Total fucking truth, right? It's time to be totally honest. Type 1 in the chat if you're specifically thinking about having sex. That, I might start fucking like a bunch of girls right now just because it'll be fun, but then I'll stop doing it eventually. Type 1 in the chat if that's what your mindset is. And I'll type, not for me right now, but like for when I was a young guy. For many of us right now, that's exactly what we're thinking about, right? And
your relationship goals are going to be different as you age. Like, what is this guy talking about? Like, he thinks if you have casual sex, you're never going to stop?
I'm sure like a bunch of religious guys will say whatever, haram, it's not good, whatever. But if we're totally just honest with each other right now,
does bodybuilding stimulate the body to absorb more nutrients from food such as zinc? Probably not.
That's what a lot of us are desiring, right? Let me tell you the truth right now. Inside of this little bedroom here, I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, but it's my friend Scott. Me and him combined, I won't even say it, but like both of our body counts together are in like the hundreds.
Why would he word it like that? My friend and I, Scott, combined have a body count. Why wouldn't he just say, I have a body count in the hundreds? That makes it sound like he's maybe fucked 2 or 3 girls, and then his friend Scott maybe had sex with like hundreds of women. Like, why would he include his friend in this equation? It's weird.
So right now, the reason why I'm bringing him into it is because yesterday I actually asked him this question where I said to him, like, you know, people online say that you could enjoy yourself and then you'll stop doing it later on. And both of us laughed at how stupid that advice is, being guys who fucked when we were young. And Scott is like, literally, he's like a fucking Chad, covered in tattoos, like neck tattoos, finger tattoos. He's like that kind of.
First link, second link.
Let me take a look, Ben. Why isn't Israel using their space lasers? And, Marjorie Taylor Greene attacks Nancy Mace, defends Steve Scalise's white supremacist conference speech. Greene spoke at a racist conference herself in 2022. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is supporting Jim Jordan over Steve Scalise for speaker, citing Scalise's cancer diagnosis, was upset over Nancy Mace's comment stating she wouldn't vote for Scalise because he spoke at a white supremacist conference in 2002. Nancy Mace said she would be doing an enormous disservice to her constituents if she voted for Scalise because he compared himself to former KKK wizard David Duke and attended one of his white supremacist conferences. Holy shit. Oh yeah, and there she is with Fuentes. Holy crap. Dude. I'm supporting Jim Jordan for speaker. I'm not supporting Scalise. I like Steve Scalise, and as I said, I want him to beat cancer, and he should be focused on that. What I do think is unfair and quite frankly disgusting attack is members of our conference using Democrat talking points, using the same lines of attack that Democrats use against every single Republican. He isn't a white supremacist, even though he is literally a KKK supporter. We all know that. He is a good man. Support who you want, but when we have a member of our conference using Democrat BLM lines to attack a guy, he's literally like part of the KKK practically. And here she is with like an actual known Nazi, Nick Fuentes. There should be like some kind of law against members of Congress being involved in the KKK or white supremacist organizations. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
A guy, right? He grew up in like, you know, like I won't say his stuff, but like he's what we would all consider a Chad, right? 100% what we'd consider a Chad. And we were laughing at how stupid this advice is. Like, oh, you just go enjoy yourself when you're young.
So because the guy has tattoos, he's a Chad. Got it.
Young, you know why? Because when you scratch that itch when you're young, and like for all the guys type in 1 who just want to fuck a little bit and then you'll stop, you don't stop after that.
I used to have a fantasy of having sex with women that I didn't really know. Like, so I had a fantasy where I just meet a girl, you know, start chatting her up, and then we like go somewhere to fuck. And then when I actually did that, my first few sexual experiences were one night stands with these girls that I didn't really know, and I didn't like it. And then like I just only really looked for, you know, long-term relationships. The idea that because you have like one night stands or casual sexual relationships, you're never going to stop doing it is just stupid.
If you fuck when you're young and you fuck a bunch of girls, it's not like the itch gets scratched and you're like, oh, okay, I won't do it anymore. It makes it so much fucking easier to fall into that hole.
What is the problem with having casual sexual relationships?
So this might sound cool to some degenerates here, but it's like you can like not accidentally, but you before you know it, if you fucked like a bunch of girls when you were younger, when you're still an adult and you've got more things to lose and you've got a bigger reason to be productive, before
why? Okay, how in the fuck would having casual sexual relationships make you less productive? If anything, having a long-term relationship would make you less productive because you have to put way more fucking time and effort into the fucking relationship. If you just every so often, maybe once or twice a week, just need somebody to fuck, it's way fucking easier to have like basically, you know, a bunch of girls that you casually date who you can just call up and say like, hey, do you want to like come over, have some fun? Versus having a fucking girlfriend that you have to actually, you know, put time investment into. You have to go on dates. You have to like at least hang out every so often. Like if it's a serious relationship, you're going to have to fucking move in together. I mean,
you said before you went on a date with a girl and she physically attacked you. Can you tell that story?
It's so there's this girl that I met because she was walking her dog, and then I ended up, you know, just having a dog walk date with her, and then I said some fucking triggering thing about a family member of hers, and then she took out a knife and swung at me, and she almost got me. I had a tiny little cut on the tip of my nose. It like just grazed my nose. That's it. There's nothing really more to say. Thanks for the donation though, Richard Ling. Bend over donated $2 base Squidward. Let me see.
You have been cheated and lied to. The gentle laborer shall no longer suffer from the noxious greed of Mr. Krabs. We will dismantle oppression.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, Bend over.
you know it. It's like one random week you've slept with like literally 4 girls, and it just feels normal. You know why? Because it's like you know how to play the game. You're actually good at it. You're good at attracting girls. You're good at like speaking it. It's almost like something that just happens instantly because you know how to flawlessly like interact with a woman. That sounds awesome to some guys. Trust me when I say it's like it's
the idea that it's not a useful skill to be able to schmooze women. Stupid.
Probably more of a distraction than it's worth. If you think that you're gonna like, have a bunch of
Oh yeah, but like actually having a girlfriend that you intend to be like your wife in the future, that's not a distraction, right? Like, what's a bigger distraction? Having maybe 3 or 4 women that you know where you're casually dating, so you're really only having sex, nothing serious. And then every so often, like maybe once every weekend or 2, you come over, have some fun, and fuck a bit, versus having a live-in fucking girlfriend who's constantly complaining that you're working too much. She wants your attention. She doesn't make as much money as you, so she's like asking for your money, and you have to go out on fucking dates, and you have to like have special occasions where you celebrate her birthday, Christmas, go out for Halloween, all this shit. Like, what is going to be a bigger fucking time, like a time fucking drain and energy drain versus casual sexual relationships? Like, this is a fucking child who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
of sex and partying when you're younger, and you're just gonna kind of like mature after that. It's
like this is just so fucking far away from reality. He's lying about his body count, clearly. I don't think he's ever had any casual sexual relationships ever in his fucking life.
I want you to imagine right now, like this low quality, like I'm imagining some low quality middle-aged British woman who's got covered in tattoos, and she like partied and she got like fucked a bunch of times when she was younger with this mindset, haha, I'm just young, you know, my mom says it's fine, I'm just young and stuff. That same middle-aged woman is still going out drinking right now. She's still having it at another bar.
He does the typical misogynist thing where things like celibacy and purity is solely the responsibility of women, and every time you hear him talking about like the dangers of casual sex, he'll only ever bring up like this, you know, this idea of this like drug addicted, pathetic woman who's done nothing with her life and is still trying to live like a 20-year-old when she's in her like 30s or 40s. It's so stupid.
Boyfriend every 3 months right now. When you compare her to the young person who would actually be like super disciplined, let's say there's like a nice, mature, respectful, educated woman who never went into this mindset of like, oh yeah, I just need to party and enjoy myself right now. When this respectful woman is 40 years old.
Yeah, please show me an educated woman who went to college or university who never attended a fucking party. Show me one. Like, that's gonna be fucking hard to find, dummy.
Is she still gonna have a boyfriend every 3 months? You can imagine these two women, right? Imagine like a really respectful, clean, like really attractive woman who's like, you know, had a great father and she didn't fuck around when she was in college. And imagine like this sort of like, I keep imagining like fat British woman with like tattoos and everything. This one enjoyed herself when she was young. This one didn't. When they're older, what's going to happen? Is this one suddenly going to think, oh, well, you know, I fucked around when
What does he mean by any of this? Like, he honestly thinks girls who go to college or university don't attend, like, college parties? He's just... I don't understand where he gets these ideas. It's so weird. Like, he claims he went to college and got some degree. I think he said he got, like, a kinesiology degree or something. Like I don't know if any of this is even true, just the way he talks about some of this shit.
I was younger, so I don't need to do it anymore. Or is she going to be more likely to do it? It almost sounds stupid to ask you this question, but if you do something now, are you going to be more likely to do it in a few years? Of course, right? We all know about the compound effect. We all know about habits, right? We all know about like neuroplasticity, like, you know, the things that we make normal in our brains and habits and beliefs. We end up doing it more and more and more. It's like a seal. Once the seal is broken, it's broken. So I speak to many young guys who have got this kind of mindset where they think like, oh, I'll just party and I'll have a bunch of sex right now and I'll take drugs and I'll be friends with degenerates. And that, yeah, I'll be more serious in my business after that. They're not more serious in their business after that. They're not. And the issue is that they start to associate enjoyment with these bad, unhealthy, unsafe things. So my advice to you, the safest advice that I can give you is find the enjoyment and the fulfillment in the hard work. You don't need to separate them, you know, so this isn't me telling you how.
Yeah, so no one is going to have a career where they actually would prefer to work over do any other leisure activity at any time. That is just stupid. Even like streamers who, you know, make money playing video games and shit, they'd like, there's going to be days where you don't want to stream and you just want to like relax or do something else.
Have balance. No. This isn't about balance. This is me telling you, work all fucking day, but make your work be super fulfilling so that you want to work all day, because
yeah, that's never going to happen.
It's actually super fun. My work is more fun than partying. My work is genuinely more fun than having sex.
Oh my God. He gets more enjoyment from doing these fucking live streams than having sex with his girlfriend. I think that's an admission that he either never gets fucking laid or he has a tiny fucking micro dick and he literally cannot get enjoyment from sex. What the fuck?
Honestly, my work is more fun than having sex.
Dude, this guy is pathetic.
What is wrong with people who listen to this man? He is first of all pretty scary looking and unkempt. He looks like somebody who would ambush me from behind a rock. What do his fans seeing him?
I have no idea, dude. There's just a lot of 15-year-old kids who hate women, and these sorts of idiot content creators get a following. Thanks for the donation, though, Ethan, though. Like, holy fuck. This guy's sex life must be fucking horrible if he's willing to openly admit he has more fun making YouTube videos or doing these live streams or that stupid Adonis school he's doing than having sex with his girlfriend.
So I work fucking 12 hours a day. It's easy for me. It's fun for me.
He doesn't work 12 hours a day. He self-admitted he only works about an hour and a half per week.
The amount of fulfillment that I get from it, of being a fucking modern day leader for young men who actually like look up to me, who listen to the message, who are respectful, who are developing awesome values. That's fun as hell. It's just hit 5 a.m. I've been awake for 2 hours. It's 5 a.m. and I've been awake and working for 2 hours. This right now doesn't even feel like work. This is me just talking to my men casually, just having a fun time. And then I'm going to go back to work again. I might have still been out right now. I'm 26 years old. 5 years ago at 5 a.m., maybe on this exact day, I would have been in some weird flat, taking drugs, inhaling fucking laughing gas, and probably like struggling to fuck the girl next to me because my dick was barely getting hard because I was so sleep deprived and I had so many substances inside of me. That's like the extreme end of what people think enjoying yourself is. Like, go to these parties.
Like, you realize drugs and casual sex isn't the only leisure activity that exists.
Have casual sex with girls that you don't even like. You girls you literally have nothing in common with. Now, this isn't me saying that you have to like go the full extreme route with, religion. You've got to get married first or anything like that. That's maybe a good thing as well. But for me, this is just saying, like, what if he didn't do the ultra degenerate things? What if you did find a woman who's awesome and then you wanted to spend time with her? Sweet. What if that
Like, buddy, you're fucking claiming you'd rather do, like, a stupid live stream than have sex with your fucking girlfriend. Like, the idea that you should be taking relationship advice from this fucking loser. Alright, well, I think that's that.
So it's absurd to imagine that if you made it easier to get hold of, that more children wouldn't get hold of it, because they will.
I'm sort of imagining a situation in which... I guess what I'm asking is, what is the ideal law here? I mean, is there something... When I asked you about the decriminalization of drugs a moment ago, you immediately talked about children, the fact that...
Well, I mentioned it because it's the most obvious thing. I refer to anybody who tells me that marijuana is harmless to Patrick Coburn's book, Henry's Demons, about the experience of his son Henry. I've known Patrick for many years, and I also known Henry, and I have witnessed what happened to him, and it's deeply disturbing and saddening event in the lives of that whole family, and particularly above all of Henry. And it's very hard to resist the conclusion that it's the result of his being introduced to marijuana at his secondary school in Canterbury. So I think this is one way in which it comes home to people. I'm not saying there are no other arguments against it. There are plenty of other arguments against it, which I can make if you want to make this whole interview about why marijuana should remain illegal, indeed why the law against it should be enforced. Okay, I've written a book about it, but I don't particularly want to go on and on about it. These arguments are well known, and people can look up the book that I've written, particularly The War We Never Fought, on this subject, if they want to know what my detailed arguments are.
Yeah,
this isn't really the forum for going on and on about
I do have the book somewhere in this room. I should have it here so I could wave it in front of the camera, but we'll make sure a link is in the description and show notes to that book.
Well, I'd love it if you did, because it was so it was so badly treated by the review mafia and the publishing industry that it became known in the publishing industry as the book they never bought. I couldn't get anybody to review it except a couple of abusive reviews in 2 left-wing newspapers. It was almost impossible for people to find out it existed.
This guy is a pompous dickhead. So, like, when somebody gives his book a bad review, he calls it abusive? Like, maybe the book just sucks, dude.
I remember, well, in a lot of the interviews that I've heard you give on this subject, you often say, look, I've written a book about this. The kind of stuff you're talking about here, I've already written about this. I have the information.
Yeah.
You can go and find it. So, I've been reading this book, and I suppose what I wanted to do was follow up on some of those threads that I think potentially weren't fully addressed in the book. For example, you talk about the comparison that's often made between cannabis and alcohol and cigarettes, but specifically in relation to what we've just been talking about, children, for example. Smoking tobacco is still legal in this country and many adults still do it, but there's been such a successful, almost propagandist re-education campaign about the dangers of smoking that young people, it's falling off the map. Young people just don't smoke anymore like they used to. Now,
No, they vape instead. But I don't think that really tells us very much. It's not. It hasn't just been a propaganda campaign. It's been the use of the law. People, particularly employers, anybody who runs any large building, and particularly anybody who runs a pub or a restaurant, is very much afraid of the law and of the strong civil law consequences in this case of allowing the smoking of cigarettes on their premises, and that's been the real driver of the diminishing of smoking.
So I suppose what I'm asking is,
No, it hasn't. Where the fuck did the guy get the idea that banning cigarette smoking in public establishments is the driving force behind the decline in smoking? The two biggest factors for the decline in smoking is, one, tobacco companies cannot advertise at all anywhere. So they're not able to get misleading advertising out, enticing people to smoke and getting like young people to think, oh, it's cool, or it's good for you, or if you want to be a rebel, you have to smoke. And two, there's been education on the dangers of smoking, and on the pack of cigarettes, there's photos of people with cancer, heart disease, terrible teeth, like crap like that. When you pick up a pack of cigarettes from a store and you see on the label, this can happen to you if you smoke, and it's a very high likelihood, and you see somebody's trachea basically being eaten away by cancer, that's going to be a huge disincentive to fucking smoke. Those are the two biggest factors. He thinks because you can't smoke inside a fucking restaurant, that's the biggest driving factor against smoking prevalence. This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Similar approach we take in cannabis.
Well, I just said, if you use the law, then indeed it can. If there were the fundamental law which enables you to act against the smoking of marijuana is the 1971 Misuse of Drugs Act, even in which is a very, very filled piece of legislation, but it's perfectly applicable and could be applied. In Japan, they have a similar law against possession of marijuana, which they apply, and as a result, certainly, let's not say as a result, because causation is the hardest thing in the world to prove, but there is no doubt that both Japan and South Korea, where its possession is still severely prosecuted and punished, are both societies in which it's much less used.
That's true. Although the Abbey.
Yeah, so there's probably other factors involved that affect. It's not even use. Anytime you look up criminal statistics in Japan, in particular, you usually have to.
This guy just likes hearing himself talk. But I do feel bad for him though. Must be hard living in your brother's shadow all the time.
Oh yeah, he's a pompous dickhead. Nothing. I love how he resorts to, just read my book. I'm kind of done talking about this. He's a fucking idiot. Thanks for the nation though, Ben. Anytime you look up criminal statistics in Japan, you usually have to double the numbers because Japan's criminal system is a lot different than, the United States. They will only go forward with a prosecution if they have damning irrefutable evidence that you did it. So if you're gonna look at marijuana use prevalence by looking at things like criminal convictions, you have to double it, because the only way they're going to criminally prosecute is if they have smoking gun evidence that you did it. Good example of this is rape rates in Japan. They're half the rate of most other Asian countries with comparable socioeconomic status. It's not that rape prevalence is lower, it's that the amount of times they're even willing to prosecute is much lower. So it's really debatable whether smoking prevalence is even lower in Japan. And whether or not the law even has anything to do with it, it's probably more to do with just society in general kind of frowning upon it, you know.
Care Group, which is an organization dedicated to helping people struggling with addiction, cite South Korea as the fourth most alcoholic country by in terms of males. That is, males with alcoholism. It's the fourth most popular.
Well, that's just maybe I can't address that.
You know, Japan has a problem with workaholism.
I have to say, so what? If you want to go and argue with the South Koreans about their alcohol laws, that's fine by me. I myself would very much favour much more stringent alcohol laws than we have in this country.
Yes, that's
the ones that we had before the middle 1980s, before the Thatcher government began to destroy them, and the Blair government then totally destroyed them, were quite effective, and there was much less drunkenness.
I think
much less drinking when those laws existed than there is now.
Any update on JF? There actually is an update on JF. He did an interview, so we might watch that later. Enrique Rodriguez, $20. Is snus or nicotine pouches that you put between your lip and gum harmful? I don't know what those are. People keep asking me about it. I don't know what they are. It sounds like chewing tobacco to me, and if it's just chewing tobacco that's being placed in a pouch, then yeah, it would. It would be cancer causing. If it's just isolated nicotine, like you would get from a lozenge, then no, it wouldn't be. But I don't know what it is. Currently addicted to it, but I'm open to switching to nicotine gums or lozenges if they're healthier alternatives. Like, again, I don't know what they are, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. Nicotine gum isn't vegan. It contains gelatin, so you would want to use lozenges. But thanks for the donation, Enrique. Appreciate it.
In favour of bringing that back and would do so if I had the power to do so.
What I'm asking about, or I guess what I was implying there, was that we sort of trade one problem for another.
No, you don't.
Yes, there are effective cannabis laws in South Korea and Japan, but this might just be trade one problem for
another. No, you can repress them both. Until the 1970s, this country had neither a marijuana problem nor a major drink problem. It repressed both in different ways.
What I was trying to pull together...
Oh, that is bullshit. Across the globe, there's always been problems with alcoholism, but I'm pretty sure in the 1960s to 70s, alcoholism was really, really high. There was a huge issue with alcoholism.
A moment ago was that when I asked you about cannabis and children in particular, you said that the...
I mean, you can look at news broadcasts from the 1980s. Let's see... 80s, drinking and driving.
Have you seen this clip on social media recently? Time reacted to new...
And then getting you put in a hard day's work, put in 11, 12 hours a day, and then getting your truck and at least drink 1 or 2 beers.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to. You have to wear a seatbelt when you're driving. And...
weren't enforced at the level.
Like, alcoholism was so fucking prevalent that it was, like, culturally acceptable to drink and drive. That's how bad alcohol, addiction and prevalence was. So the idea that, oh, we didn't have an alcoholism problem, a little drink every now and again in the afternoon is just fine.
Decriminalization of cannabis will cause more children to have access to cannabis.
Well, it will. I mean, it's just a truism, basically.
Sure, we can grant that. We can grant that.
No point arguing about it.
But then we're talking about tobacco, asking about why young people aren't smoking as much. You say it's effective enforcement of the law. And what I'm saying is, can't there be...
Partly effective enforcement of the law. It's partly because they switched to vaping.
Well, perhaps. I mean,
no, vaping is epidemic now.
I agree that that's the case, but I don't know if that's exactly
the elf bar and the things like that. They're incredibly prevalent.
I mean, people were already smoking less before vapes were on the scene.
I don't know about that. Who was measuring it?
Where the fuck is he getting that idea? Okay, vapes are a very new thing. Smoking has been going down dramatically since the 1960s, and that's when there were campaigns against the tobacco industry. So he's just totally full of shit.
Certainly, there was still a lot of smoking going on visibly, particularly among the less, the less advantaged in society, where smoking tends to be concentrated these days.
What I'm imagining is a situation in which cannabis is decriminalized for adults, maybe over 21s or something like this, and there is an effective law in place that really clamps down on any attempt to sell, provide, or allow for the provision of cannabis to children.
Yeah, well, okay. In that case, the problems of marijuana for people over 21 will still be a problem, which are considerable.
And those problems, primarily for you, seem to be about the effect on one's mental health.
Well, I think there is absolutely no doubt at all that there is a strong correlation between the use of marijuana and a decline in mental health, even if it's just the decline to the point of view where the person becomes incapable of holding a steady job or making a conversation or reading a serious book and just becomes impaired.
Like, he literally thinks marijuana is going to make you retarded?
In ways which don't actually mean that he's...
Oh my God.
Or she is technically classified mentally ill, or the growing number of people who are detected in the fascinating website Attack of Smoke Cannabis, who undertake really seriously violent criminal acts, who are long-term marijuana users and are dangerous not just to themselves but to others. It's a drug with many disadvantages. If you want to join the third world, then make marijuana legal. Would be a simple piece of advice. If you really want to have we have some country membership of the third world in this country now. If you want to have full out membership of the third world, then marijuana. Just imagine, for instance, the implications for almost anybody with a job of any with any safety implications, whether it be
Like, for the last few decades, the prevalence of marijuana smoking has been so fucking high, and this guy is acting like it's this doomsday clock where if people start smoking weed, society is going to collapse. Why hasn't it happened yet?
An airline pilot, a surgeon, or a school bus driver. We'd simply have to have enormous amounts of testing to make sure people didn't have it in their systems.
It would be the same as
alcohol.
alcohol.
We allow them to work.
Be the same as alcohol.
Well, it's not the same as
it's
alcohol.
Illegal to drink and drive. It's illegal
to
drink and fly an airplane.
I mean, again, so what? I mean, I'm not advocating. I've just said to you, and why?
Breaking new scientific paper. Low-carb diets impair muscle gains and anaerobic performance. Researchers found that when low-carb is initiated for 8 to 12 weeks, it impairs anabolic signaling, protein synthesis, etc.
Well, everybody already knew about this. So yeah, like, carbohydrates are nitrogen sparing, so yeah. Persistently low muscle glycogen does impair anaerobic output during high intensity sprint and time. Everybody already knew that too. Yeah, and anaerobic signaling, myogenesis. Yeah, this isn't anything new. It's just like a new paper on the subject, but yeah, like that's been known for fucking ever, basically. Thanks for the donation though, Bend Over.
Do I waste my time? Do you not listen to what I say? I just said quite clearly, I'm in favour of strong restrictions on alcohol. Have we got that now?
I agree with you.
Like, he wants to outright ban marijuana, but he wants restrictions on alcohol? Why does he only want restrictions? Why doesn't he just want an outright prohibition?
Good. So stop saying to me, well, what about alcohol? Every time I mention that we should do something about marijuana. Marijuana is a drug you could not tolerate in someone who is performing surgery, or in a school bus driver, or an airline pilot, or in many other jobs requiring...
What? So you can drink a little bit, and that's fine, but if you smoke at all, then, like, again, the world's gonna end.
Requiring the strong discipline and a strong consciousness of what's going on, and a lack of intoxication. So to say, well, if you then had a society in which it was legal, it would require an enormous amount of testing, is my point. The answer to that is not to say, what about alcohol? The answer to that is to say, either, I don't believe that's so, or yes, I do believe that's so.
The detection period for marijuana is extremely long. So if you smoke one joint, that's going to be detectable in your system for at least a month. Whereas the detection window for alcohol is literally like a day. So you can get plastered fucking drunk, and then the next day, if you get a blood test, nobody will know if you drank the night before. So what is he talking about? Like, if you're going to have ongoing drug testing to see if, like, I don't know, if you're a surgeon or you're operating heavy equipment and there's, like, insurance issues with whether or not you do recreational drugs, marijuana would be the easiest one to test for. Alcohol would be one where there's no way to tell if somebody's, like, a severe alcoholic, really. Realistically. even something like heroin, like opiates, they're out of your system within a few days. It would be easier to get away with, having a heroin addiction if you're in a job that regularly drug tests compared to if you recreationally smoke weed like on the weekends.
So I understand that point, and it's a good point against marijuana that we would have to have much more testing of formerly free individuals because the danger would be great. But
no, we wouldn't. We'd have to do less. The detection window's massive.
You can't see that. Instead of taking the point and listening to what
this guy's an idiot.
you can only come up with, but what about alcohol? It's banal. It's time wasting. And frankly, I can't be bothered with it. If all you've got to say whenever I say introducing a third legal poison into our society would be terrible is we've already got 2 disastrous legal poisons in our society, then I begin to doubt your intellectual capacity. This is not an argument.
What I'm asking is...
You bring up the subject of marijuana. You ask me why I think it would be a bad idea to make it legal. And when I explain why, you say, but what about alcohol and tobacco? It's apart from anything else, it's incredibly tedious.
I don't think that's exactly what I was trying to do.
Well, it's what you repeatedly do. Every time I offer you a reason why we should not. Legalize marijuana, you come up with a counterpoint which involves saying what about tobacco or what about alcohol. It's noticeable. Anybody who looks at what we've just been saying will see this. I would cheerfully stamp out the smoking of tobacco. I think it's probably possible now. And as I've said, and I'll say it again, I'm in favour of the tightest restrictions on the sale of alcohol. So what are you saying to me? That I can't that somehow or other because these things exist and other people have made foolish decisions about them?
What does he mean by that? Like, again, he wants to outright ban marijuana and make it criminal to even possess it. But then he wants to regulate alcohol? Why wouldn't he want to ban it?
I cannot argue that it's stupid to legalize marijuana.
No.
Well, in that case, when I say that here is a big disadvantage of marijuana, namely that if you made it legal, you'd have to be constantly testing people in many jobs who were not necessarily users.
I don't understand. Again, alcohol has an incredibly narrow detection window. You'd if you were concerned with somebody being an alcoholic, testing would be way more fucking difficult. Versus if you're smoking weed, there's a massive detection window, so that's just totally false.
Thus reducing the freedom of everyone in society. The answer is not, but what about alcohol then?
I agree.
The answer is either, yeah, okay, I've got that point, or you could say, actually, I don't believe in testing people, I wouldn't mind.
He's being incredibly dishonest. He clearly has a different opinion of alcohol versus weed. So he is just trying to test for logical consistency.
And having my brain operated on by someone who'd been smoking marijuana in the previous 2 days.
Well, I was
one or the other, but you have to say something intelligent in response, rather than, what about alcohol?
Hoping to offer something more like the second, and not quite in those terms, but to say, is this not a problem that can be addressed with something like regular random drug testing for airline pilots?
It couldn't be random.
No?
It couldn't be random. It would have to be mandatory and regular. Every time anybody undertaking any job where...
There's already regular drug testing for, jobs like airline pilots. What are you talking about?
For instance, full control of their muscles and mind was required, would be obliged to be tested for marijuana. You wouldn't.
They already have regular drug testing. Guess what, dude? There's more than marijuana. He's acting as if marijuana is the only fucking illicit drug in existence.
Want to be told, the school bus carrying your children ran off a bridge, and the driver of that bus had been high on marijuana because that wasn't his day for testing.
I do not understand. This is just so baffling. I just genuinely do not even understand the fucking argument he's making. For one thing, just because you smoke marijuana, it doesn't mean you're constantly fucking high. So, I don't know what drug testing is really going to do. I guess if you...
Read Karl Marx or scrutinize the coffee?
Thanks for the donation, Lele. So... I don't know what that's really going to do necessarily. You're going to know if somebody smokes weed. You're not going to know if they're actually high on the job. And I don't know what problem that really solves. If somebody is high on the job, whether it be alcohol, marijuana, heroin, they're going to be high on the job. Like, doing the drug testing isn't really going to prevent that. Like, maybe that would prevent some people who are users from applying at all. So, like, maybe you could argue the likelihood of them being inebriated on the job is lower. But marijuana would be the ideal drug for, you know, for somebody to take if you want to actually catch people on these drug tests, because the detection window is so massive. For heroin, like, it's a few days. So if you know you're going to get a drug test, like a week beforehand, you can shoot up fucking heroin, and then the next week you're good. You know it's going to be completely out of your system. They're not going to be able to detect it. Same with alcohol. Like alcohol, it's gone the next day. Like, the detection window is very small. So you can be an alcoholic and get away with drug testing. So why is this guy singling out weed when it's the easiest fucking drug to detect for?
If we're talking about how to minimize this, I'm imagining that could be...
That would be how you'd have to minimize it. You'd only take one school bus crash
quite a strong,
for the regulations to become incredibly tight.
Quite a strong deterrence. No, if
you're not thinking about it.
If we had serious and severe punishments in place that were actually enforced for the serious crime of driving under the influence, for example, certainly when it comes to, I agree that driving is going to be more tricky, but in the case of airline pilots, if it were the case that somebody were caught on a random drug test,
they already get consistent drug testing,
knew that their life was going to go completely down the drain. You don't think that would be enough of a deterrent to stop them from smoking?
What I'm saying is, and this is a completely different point, what I'm saying is that if you had legalized marijuana in society, there would have to be a lot more testing.
No, there wouldn't.
Not just of marijuana users, but of everybody engaged in that kind of job. People would have to be tested all the time. There would be more infringements of freedom of everybody because of this change.
I wanted to ask you about freedom, because this is something that...
Like, how many jobs would even require frequent drug testing? Like, again, I still don't understand. Like, anybody can fucking, show up to work wasted on anything. So, like, why is marijuana unique? Like, marijuana isn't the only fucking illicit drug in existence.
That you talk about in the book, and you imply that people have gotten sort of the wrong reading of this million general principle that people should be able to be free to do whatever they like as long as it's not harming other people. This is something you disagree with?
No, I don't think people should be free to do whatever they like. No, obviously there have to be limits on...
Not whatever they like, so long as they're not harming the freedom of other people.
Well, that is one principle on which you can limit freedom.
But that's not the only one for you.
Well, that's a utilitarian one. I have a different moral position, which there are some things people shouldn't do, whether it harms anybody else or not.
So the question I wanted to ask is, do you think people have a right to essentially self-harm?
This guy is a fucking fascist. He's just a pompous dickhead. Well, that's not something I would do personally, so you can't do it either. Like, fucking hate this guy.
To self-stupefy, to do things that might be...
Thank you for that, Cortez. Excellent spam. Appreciate the donation, sir.
At least a risk and possibly an obvious detriment to their own health.
Absolutely nobody loves or cares about them. Then I suppose if they ruin their own lives, the only on the harm principle, the only reason why they could be restrained would be because of the cost to society that would then lead to.
Sure.
Which in the case of people who abuse drugs and become mentally ill or otherwise incapacitated, is considerable. They can't in many cases maintain themselves anymore, so the taxpayer has to be mugged to pay for their lives.
But it seems to me that
Oh, here we go. If he's going to make that argument, then that's an argument for killing elderly people, because elderly people are going to cost the healthcare system, and they also can't work. They have to end up getting to a retirement age. So if he's going to say it's immoral to do something that will lead to health issues because it's going to be a burden on the healthcare system, then we should kill people by the time they reach age 50, because they're nearing retirement age, and around that age, you start developing fucking health problems just from being old. Like, this is stupid. Like, this guy's overweight. Like, look at him. He's overweight, and then he's talking about how it's immoral to smoke weed because eventually you're going to develop health problems from it and be a burden for the healthcare system. I guess you just existing with your fat ass, fucking eating your biscuits with your coffee, is immoral, jackass.
Be a happy or a successful person. Why would anybody do that? These are moral objections, but if you want, as my book makes it clear, there's a whole section of the book saying if the Holy Ghost doesn't bother you, then maybe John Stuart Mill will sort it out for you. I don't care whether you're a utilitarian or a Puritan Christian moralist. The arguments against the abuse of drugs are very powerful.
I wanted to draw a distinction between moral arguments and legal arguments here. That is, I can understand why you might have a moral objection to taking drugs generally. Putting aside the societal...
But you're treating me as if I'm some kind of actor in society who can have any influence on events. You're saying, oh, if Peter Hitchns says we should have a law, we should enforce the law punishing the possession of marijuana, then the country will enforce the law punishing the possession of marijuana. No, nothing of the kind will happen. I have less influence on the actions of this government than that chair over there. I have no influence whatever. I'm just interested. I say these things because I'm writing the history of a country which has destroyed itself. I did at one point think that I might influence these events. I don't influence any events, so I don't. I'm writing the obituary of a country which died. Largely at its own hands. That's all I do. I'm not here making legislative proposals.
Like, as if the issues in the UK are from marijuana. Like, if you're going to talk about societal problems of the UK, marijuana has nothing to do with the, like, cultural and economic decline of the United Kingdom. Like, your banking system, like, the amount of fucking jobs that have gone overseas, irresponsible spending by the fucking government, like all of those things. Oh yeah, fucking conservatives destroying public services like the NHS. Like all of those things are fucking problems that have led to the like economic and cultural decline of the UK. Marijuana it has like nothing to fucking do with this.
Proposals, which you can say are a bad idea. I gave that up long ago.
But the reason why I think this is important is because if we're talking about decriminalization, then we're talking.
Well, you can talk about it.
Then we're talking about.
I'm saying decriminalization happened long ago.
We're talking about the law, right? And
it happened. It has taken place. It was a stupid thing to do. It's demonstrably stupid. I can say that it's demonstrably stupid. I've written about how stupid it is many times and spoken about it. But the idea that somehow or other my continued existence in saying these things is a threat to those who long for the country to be a drugs free for all, and that therefore my arguments about the details of law enforcement are important is absurd. It doesn't matter what I say.
It
doesn't matter in the slightest. I can say it till the cows come home. Nobody will pay any attention. Our society has already decided on this suicidal course.
I agree that legislatively that may be the case, but a lot of people are interested.
It is the case.
A lot of people are interested in abuse.
I and some friends, when the Home Affairs Committee of the House of Commons looked into drug decriminalisation a few months ago, put ourselves forward as said, maybe you want to hear some evidence from us. We went ahead and gave them some evidence, and they listened politely. But when the report came out, we might as well have stayed at home. Nobody's interested in this stuff.
Well, people are interested in what you have to say. I mean, I think our listeners will be.
Only to annoy themselves. They have nobody who knows anything.
Thank you for that, Cortez. Excellent spam. Appreciate the donation, sir.
Besides the fact this guy has a better hairline and different haircuts, he looks exactly like you.
Sure. Thanks for the donation, Papacato.
Thing about this country could have any belief for 1 second that I have any influence on the making of policy by government or the civil service. I have none.
I don't think people need to see you as somebody who's going to have an influence on policy.
What does it matter? My only interest in this, my only reason for discussing it is historical. I can tell you this is what happened, this is how it happened.
You don't think it would be a good thing, for example, if the listeners of this podcast, there could be hundreds of thousands of people could hear this conversation that maybe haven't listened to you before. This could be their first introduction to these ideas. And if presented in a way that clicks with them, they could think, you know what? He's right.
Lots of people have come to this conclusion. It makes no difference. The political parties are immune to thought.
But that's what I'm saying is the utility of this conversation.
I'm telling you, the political. I'll go more deeply. The major political parties in this country are immune to thought. They're not interested. Even if everybody who watched this podcast instantly agreed with me and went out and turned to their friends and said, that Hitchns, he's got a point, it wouldn't make any difference.
You don't think that would be a worthwhile endeavour to have thousands of people suddenly agree with you that drugs are damaging the country?
There would be many more people in the country who realise they had no power at all over events.
And maybe that's good in itself.
It may be good in itself, but that's all.
The reason that I was asking about this was to get to the question of whether we are in favour of the criminalisation of something because of a moralistic objection to it. That is, can't there be things that are immoral?
Look, I don't care what,
but not illegal.
I'm telling you what I think.
Yeah,
I have moral objections to it, but I don't care if you don't have moral objections to it, because I can also provide you with perfectly good utilitarian, non-moral objections to it.
I think
becoming mentally ill is a bad thing. Taking a risk which appears to have that likelihood is therefore a bad thing. It doesn't take much argument to get through that. You don't need to have puritanical
I mean, working a job you hate is bad for your mental health. Like, this is an argument against, like, just the whole economic system. Like, where do we draw the fucking line? There's plenty of things that are bad for your mental health. Like, most jobs are bad for your mental health.
Sorry, besides his better hairline and haircut, this guy looks like you. Forgot to drop the link.
First-degree murder is charged.
Earlier this week, Ronnie O'Neal III was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder and attempted first-degree murder. He was also found guilty of arson, 2 counts of aggravated child abuse, and resisting an officer without violence in 2018. The verdict comes after weeks of an unusual trial in Florida where O'Neal chose to represent himself.
The evidence is going to show I love my children.
I don't think that guy looks like me, like, at all, but thanks for the donation, Papacato.
Personal morals to think that.
I don't.
You want to discuss the basis of my morality? We've got time.
I don't think
we do. I don't
here.
think most people will be interested. I have moral objections to it. Like most moral objections, I find they have good practical reasons beneath them.
Maybe my question isn't clear here. The question is, granting that it's an immoral practice, granting that it's an immoral thing to
well,
take
no, I don't
part
want
in.
you to grant that because you obviously don't think so. So it doesn't. I don't care whether you think it's moral or not because I'm not trying. I've never in my life tried to persuade anybody to adopt my moral position.
Supposing we weren't even talking about drugs. The question more broadly that I'm using this as a springboard to get at because I'm interested in your view.
Thank you for that, Cortez. Appreciate the donation, sir.
View here is, do you think that something being immoral is sufficient justification for making it illegal? Is that enough alone?
No,
So what else needs to be said?
some things are immoral which shouldn't be made illegal. The construction of a legal code is just to some extent independent of morality.
So what is it that would
That
provide that
is
additional
not true at all. What? The construction of the legal code, like, has morality as a backbone.
justification? We have a practice which is immoral. That's not enough to make it illegal. What is the sufficient condition to make something justifiably criminalized?
It's harmful.
Sure. And so a moment ago, now bringing up the context of drug decriminalization.
But we're not arguing about whether to make something illegal.
What?
This is something
Whether to enforce the law.
which is illegal under statute law passed by Parliament.
But of course, lots of people are talking about
52 years ago.
Lots of people are talking about officially.
Okay, this guy's beliefs are so disjointed. Like, he's saying, oh, the law has nothing to do with morality. Okay, well, what is the sufficient criteria to make something illegal? Well, harm. It has to be harmful. That's a fucking normative claim. Like, what?
Okay, that's
so we're talking about,
I'm against.
at the very least, keeping the laws on the books.
I'm not arguing about making something illegal. I'm arguing about keeping something illegal which already is.
Yes, and there are many people who
it
don't
should
want to
be
do
kept
that.
illegal. You'll be sorry when you abolish the law against it. That's all I can tell you.
And there are people who don't want to do that. And so the question that I was asking is what the reason is for these laws on the books and why we should be keeping them and why we should be enforcing them. And it seemed like you were referring to more than just the societal harms when talking about specifically criminalization. But what I'm seeing is drugs being immoral or it being a bad idea.
No, I think drug taking is immoral. I think self-stupefaction is immoral.
But that's not the alone reason for it to be criminal.
I explained to you why. It's probably not a reason.
Thank you for that, Cortez. Appreciate the donation. Yeah, I've already seen the Matthew Naggard debate.
Reason for it to be criminal at all, because I couldn't persuade anybody else. Obviously, the criminal law is made by an elected parliament. And with a population in this country which is probably about 65% totally irreligious and the rest of it not very, to advance moral arguments for the making of laws would be futile. I wouldn't bother doing it.
Recently, the Washington Post did something of an expose on...
Well, that's totally false. Everything he said so far is a normative claim. Like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, he doesn't even understand his own arguments. Ugh. Thank you for that, non-wib. Appreciate the donation.
Have been the most popular argument for the drug decriminalization lobby for decades now, talking about the rise in the taking of drugs in Portugal, and and you wrote about in the Mail on Sunday the failure of this Portuguese experiment of drug decriminalization. In 2001, they decided to adopt a policy of decriminalizing drugs such that people who were caught with drugs...
Depenalization is the technical term for what they did, but yeah.
They would be treated rather than...
But what they also did was, what they actually did was they formalized the policy which they'd been informally following for several years before. There was hardly anybody in Portugal in prison for possession of drugs at the time of the change of the law. There was no fundamental change in Portugal. They simply formalized what they'd already been doing. It wasn't the fact that the Washington Post finally caught up with the fact that it hadn't had the miraculous effects claimed for it was not the first time anybody had ever criticized it.
So in 2001, Portugal make official something that was essentially de facto already the case.
Oh yeah, they've been doing it for years.
If that's the case, then why is it that after 2001, drug taking and drug-related harm in Portugal did decline?
I don't believe drug taking declined. I don't know how you would know. There were certain things, I think, connected particularly with heroin abuse, which may have declined. But I think and I haven't got the stuff here. I've written a long essay, which is on my blog. Drug
use itself,
which is on my blog. Certainly, lifetime use of marijuana has increased since the change. But I wrote a very long blog posting called the Portuguese Drug Paradise several years ago, which deals in immense detail with the whole thing.
So if we're talking about drug use, after 2001, use did rise slightly, and then it declined such that in 2012 it was below 2001 levels, and then recently it has increased. A new national survey suggested adults who use illicit drugs increased to 12.8% in 2022 from just 7.8% in 2001, but it's still below European averages, as the EU average.
I think it was before, wasn't it? And Portugal's different from
in 2001,
different in many ways from other European countries. But
in 2001, Portugal's drug deaths and drug use was about the EU average. Since then, the EU average has risen, and Portugal's has declined, and it's still below European averages. I was wondering if nothing had really changed in that country.
Well, it would be unlikely for a change in the paper law, which merely confirmed the existing position, to have had much of a change. This is people who look. So, for instance, when Colorado formally decriminalized marijuana, or legalized marijuana, people say, "Well, so what? You're now going to get a great crime wave of people becoming more violent." Of course not. Any law of that kind is always changed after a long period of non-enforcement. So the changes will already have happened before you've started measuring, so you will find nothing.
So what accounts then for the massive drop in drug-related deaths?
Was it a massive drop? I don't know. I wouldn't like to say what it can't have been was the fact that was that the Portuguese police suddenly stopped acting against drug abuse because they hadn't been acting against it in the first place. So.
Well, like, this guy's confronted with evidence that, oh, look, they legalized drug use and then actually drug-related deaths decrease. Like, how do you explain that? I don't know. Drugs are still bad. They should just stay illegal. We should lock up people even just for possession. Like, he just doesn't fucking care. The guy's a complete ideologue.
It doesn't. It really can't have been that.
Yeah, well, this went
that much I do know.
The police. It's not like the police suddenly aren't enforcing this, as you say, but this goes hand in hand with a new governmental policy of the treatment of drug addicts differently. Officially seen as a medical problem rather than a legal problem, which is kind of
it's amazing,
the buzz topic that comes up all the time. But it maybe that could explain why it is.
Could.
And if it's the case that
maybe global warming explains it, I don't know. I make no claim to know. You're the one who claims to know or to think that it's caused by a change in the law which didn't change.
Like he flat out admits he doesn't know and he doesn't care. Like, he's just an ideologue. He just has an ideological position against drug use. Period.
In circumstances, that's up to you.
What I'm interested in is if we look at the 2001 usage of drugs and drug deaths and HIV from needle injections, and then we look after 2001 that it declines, and I think maybe this is just unrelated, in the way that maybe people smoking weed and then developing psychiatric problems is disconnected. But we look at the correlation of these two things and we think, is there not a possibility that the legalization of drugs or the decriminalization of drugs, the depenalization of drugs in Portugal did have something to do with the fact that less people were dying? And if that's the case, is this not a policy that's worth pursuing?
It's a possibility. But I think you'd struggle to find a causative relationship between the two.
The Washington Post talked about a recent increase in drug users and how the local police were talking about increased crime and blaming it on increasing in drug use. But the drug use, despite increasing and having a spike recently, is still below the European averages. And I wonder if that might have something to do with the fact that this is the policy that is in place in Portugal at the moment.
I don't know. I wouldn't know, but it seems to me that the reports in the Washington Post of the misery which has followed this change in the law would put most people off embarking on it.
Now,
I mean, neither is it the case that that there is any country on the European continent which makes any serious effort to enforce its drug laws. So I think it wouldn't be anything particularly distinctive there either.
You can see how it would seem mysterious to somebody that a policy which supposedly has no difference in the way that drugs are handled in the country.
You look like Johnny from Ed, Edd and Eddy.
What's he up to?
I don't think I do. But thanks for the donation, Lionhearts. Alright, whoops.
Does lead to a statistical measurable decline, or does precede.
Has been followed.
It precedes a measurable decline in drug-related harms across multiple areas, drug-related deaths, also HIV infections, and as I say, drug use has sort of gone up and down, but is now below the European average.
Other possible explanations for these. If I'd known you wanted to talk about the Portuguese drug paradise,
I mean, why would it be assumed that after a change in their drug policies, you see a reduction in use and a reduction in things like HIV infections, that those two things aren't related? Like he's just assuming they're not related. Is it like just out of the question that maybe the drug policies improved to where, you know, decriminalizing actually resulted in a reduction in use?
I would have come here briefed.
Well,
I didn't, so I haven't.
That's right, Dodge. Well, I'm not going to talk about this because I didn't prepare for it. Dodo donated $2. Play games soon. Horror games, no racing games soon. Please start. Maybe we'll see.
A brazen political move. Hamas demands that the US negotiate the release of American hostages on Russian TV.
Wow.
There are also prisoners in the US. We want them, of course. There are Hamas members sentenced to life in the US. We demand that the US frees our sons from their prisons. The US conducts prisoner swaps. Only recently it did one with Iran. Why wouldn't it conduct one with us?
Confirmation of part of the intent behind the Hamas assaults in Israel. They were enabled by a failure of Israeli intelligence, but plotted by a shadowy Hamas officer they call Al-Dif, the guest. Only 2 photographs exist of Mohammed Diab Ibrahim al-Masri, who's nearly 60. He's known as Al-Dif because he billets as a guest in a different location every night. He's the mastermind or monster behind the murder of more than 1,000 in Israel and the kidnapping of about 150 hostages.
From the beginning of his life, he was very much interested in fighting the Israeli occupation.
In the mid-1990s, he was believed to be behind a wave of atrocities in Israel. And in 2014, he's believed to have lost an arm and a leg in an Israeli airstrike aimed at him that killed his wife and daughter. For the last 2 years, though, Hamas has pretended to focus on welfare, not warfare.
All the while, under the table, Hamas was preparing this big attack.
Israel, meanwhile, invested in automation and sensors, a high-technology iron wall around Gaza, and focused forces on the West Bank. Under Dif, Hamas encouraged Israeli complacency. Then last weekend, it hit hard, attacking communication towers and automated machine guns with drones, overrunning command and control centers, killing senior officers, among them 3 colonels, and unleashing terror on thousands of civilians. The Israel Defense Forces found Hamas anti-tank mines and other heavy weapons, a sign they may...
Wow.
Okay, so what happens when do you ever are like when your head is tired and you act tired and it's like people think you are drunk but you are just tired or lazy or something like that and you didn't actually drink and you aren't drunk but it looks like.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Nonweb.
May have planned for a longer stay. The shock infantry attack is either deliberately brutal from the start or degenerated into a massacre as Israeli defenses collapsed. It shifted attention and power to Hamas.
He has become like a god.
Yeah, that's interesting. It seems like the Hamas attack might have had another... there might have been other intentions behind it. It does seem like they had intended to occupy around the border.
Many Palestinians are dismayed by the massacre and the bloodshed that's followed. But with the lives of hostages in his hands, the guest now has an unwelcome place in America's mind.
Yeah, Russian state TV is fucking degenerate.
Bracing for chaos. The NYPD is ordering all personnel to report for duty Friday after a Hamas terrorist leader called for a day of anger and sacrifice,
telling Muslims to take to the streets across the world and protest against Israel.
Security in New York is already ramping up. There are heavily armed officers stationed at New York's Grand Central Station and the Port Authority bus terminal. Tomorrow, the streets will be teeming with uniformed officers. All uniformed members of the service in every rank have been called up, according to an NYPD memo. Be prepared for deployment.
There's been a lot of internet traffic that is giving concern to law enforcement authorities.
The war in
This is what you and Jasmine's son would look
Town was
like.
a great place to grow up. We had everything normal children had. Pets. Yeah. Play with that. A big backyard and lots of kids to play with.
Did you hear that Taco Bell released their vegan nacho cheese sauce? I tried it today and it was so delicious with their nacho fries, which is already vegan by default. Smile.
I think I heard about this. I find fast food disgusting.
Cheese fries and pour
Yeah,
that
I fucking hate cheese too.
cheese. It was piping hot. It is. It doesn't even taste vegan. Like, it doesn't have that weird vegan taste. Cheese, the side was only 80 cents, believe it or not.
Yeah, that looks gross to me. I wouldn't eat that, but thanks for that donation, Ben. It's good that there's more vegan options. Thanks for that donation, Lionhearts. I don't think our kid would look like that, though.
Israel has become a flashpoint on the nation's college campuses. The students here at Brooklyn College say they're protesting the siege of the Gaza Strip, but they're saying nothing about the barbarity of what Hamas did in Israel that has shocked the world to its core. Students at the University of Wisconsin appear to be in full support of the carnage inflicted by Hamas.
We will liberate the land!
At the University of North Carolina,
Whoa, holy shit. Like an entire university.
It got ugly when pro-Israel students crashed a pro-Palestinian rally.
How students can have so little empathy and recognition of the vile terrorism that resulted in the atrocities.
Perhaps the most outrageous statement comes from Students for Justice in Palestine at Tufts University in Massachusetts. They actually praised the creativity of Hamas for sending in a fleet of paragliders.
Honestly, I think those people should go to jail for saying shit like that. Like, that's fucked. Thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate that donation, dude.
To attack Israel. Donald Trump is under fire today for calling Hezbollah, the Lebanese-based terrorist group attacking Israel from the north, very smart.
And they said, gee, I hope Hezbollah doesn't attack from the north because that's the most vulnerable spot. I said, wait a minute. You know, Hezbollah is very smart. They're all very smart.
Ron DeSantis blasted Trump on X. It is absurd that anyone, much less someone running for president, would choose now to attack our friend and ally Israel, much less praise Hezbollah terrorists as very smart.
This new information coming in.
Trump is a fucking idiot.
I'm going to bed to read The Hobbit. I hope the atmosphere ignites tonight. Good night, Bitchard, and good night, chat, but only the gay ones.
Alright, well, nighty night, non-wib. Enjoy your Hobbit book. Appreciate the donation.
Is extremely disturbing.
Today, Israel released images of the youngest victims of the Hamas attack. One CNN anchor struggled to maintain composure as she described them.
The three photos that are being released show two babies whose bodies have been burned. I know Hamas has denied beheading children, but they certainly...
Yeah, so what likely happened with the child beheading thing is chances are kid was either beheaded or from the attack, like an explosion or a gunshot or something, like the kid's head fell off. One Israeli soldier probably reported it, and then it got blown up into 40 kids were like executed and their heads were cut off. Like, again, I've seen Hamas do executions. So the idea that they wouldn't just execute children isn't beyond them. But I think there's a middle ground sort of truth behind the childhood beheading thing. In all likelihood, they didn't, find 40 babies and cut their heads off. That might have happened once or through some other action, like, again, them shooting kids or something. Head got decapitated, and then some Israeli soldier reported it, and then it turned into the 40 babies thing, like a bit of broken telephone.
We cannot deny what is on video, what is in photos, and what people have seen with their own eyes.
All right.
I will just say to you that anybody reading the Washington Post account of this supposed success would hesitate in believing it was a success.
The head of Portugal's National Institute on Drug Use, described by the Washington Post here as the architect of decriminalization, did admit in December, quote, "What we have today no longer serves as an example to anyone." But the Washington Post did point out that rather than faulting the policy, he faulted a recent change in funding.
Yes, well, they always do that, don't they? It's because they haven't got enough funds. But if you're doing the wrong thing, it doesn't matter how much you spend on doing it, it'll still be the wrong thing.
I guess I was picking up when reading your book, and especially the subject of mental health problems. You were very careful, admirably so, I think, to say, well, look, clearly there's this link between cannabis and things like schizophrenia, especially cannabis.
Well, I don't use the term schizophrenia.
Cannabis in young people, a variety of health problems. And there's also a link between, you have an entire chapter which is just a list of newspaper article excerpts where somebody has run over an innocent child whilst under the influence of cannabis.
Much worse than that.
And you say very carefully, look, I'm not going to say that I know that it's because they were smoking cannabis that these things occur.
No, because I don't.
All I can say is that there's this correlation, and I'm saying, look, what's the most reasonable deduction that we can
Well, the correlation that we have is the one Washington...
Boo-hoo. Cry me a river for fuck's sakes. The Western media once again trying to always dehumanize Palestinians but yet don't keep the same energy with Israel shooting young children and mother executions style. America is supporting this, so is Europe.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Israeli soldiers have killed innocent Palestinians. That sort of thing does happen with war. I don't support that. But Israel has a right to defend itself, but it's a more complex geopolitical situation. Like, again, Israel's kind of created this issue. But thanks for the nation, free Palestine.
Most discovered, which is that Portugal is a crime-ridden slum in many areas where drug use is high, which I wouldn't recommend to anybody.
But then, when talking about the fact that Portugal decriminalizes drugs, and although there is still a big drug problem in Portugal, the drug deaths decrease, and the number is still below the European average.
How many times are we going to go around this?
But because I know you said a moment ago.
Can you formulate the question you want to ask me?
I'll try.
My beloved, will you be doing a worst of the N-word industry on Jonathan Shreve? Thanks, Nee.
No, I don't think I will. He's far too boring, but thanks for the donation, the bro Luke.
When I said a moment ago that this might be to do with drugs decriminalization policy, you said...
I said it might be.
You said it might be, but it's just a correlation.
It might be to do with global warming.
Is that not the same attitude we should take towards cannabis and mental health problems? If similarly, all we have is a correlation...
No, I think the correlation is stronger. I think the claims that were made for the Portuguese drug policy were unlikely to be causative. I think the...
What country is bigger than the other, Israel or Palestine? Look at a fucking map. Why are you fucking asking me? Like, holy fucking shit, dude.
The suggestion that just possibly somebody who takes a powerful psychotropic drug over a long period of time, over and over again, then becomes mentally ill, and that the two might be connected, it's a bit like saying somebody daily...
Thanks for the membership, Braxton. Appreciate it.
Takes a tube full of vegetable matter and lights it and holds it to and sucks smoke down to his lungs repeatedly, and develops problems with his lungs and his cardiovascular system, there might conceivably be a connection between the two. These are correlations where it's sort of not much of a surprise. But to encourage people to take drugs which make them less capable of being active and civil members of society, and which make them more prone to commit crime, and you then go to society in which there is more crime and more what you might call social decay, as described in the Washington Post.
Crime in the U.S. is down across the board. And you are seeing increasing prevalence of marijuana use, and you're also seeing legalization. So I'm not seeing as if marijuana is a correlate with crime. The biggest correlate with crime is alcohol.
Would you rather smell the breath of me after I eat 6 rotten eggs and drink glass of rotten milk, or a dirty Palestinian that just ate out his wife?
I don't know, dude. Thanks for the donation. Oreo is cool. If you're talking about drugs that are a correlate with crime, alcohol is the big correlate with crime. Again, you're not really going to see a big correlation between marijuana use and criminal activity. Versus users and non-users, you're probably going to see a bigger correlate with users when it comes with marijuana, but there's probably a number of confounding variables there, like socioeconomic status, the fact that somebody would do drugs in the first place. They probably just have a higher propensity of committing crime because they're less risk adverse, things like that. But if you want to talk about obvious correlates with crime, alcohol is what you should be concerned with, not fucking weed. Like, ask any fucking police officer. They will not tell you they've ever seen an issue with people smoking weed and then committing crimes. It's drinking and committing crimes.
And that these things are linked is different.
Yeah, you don't need to encourage drug use here to decriminalize it. In fact, most decriminalization campaigns go hand in hand with something like a re-education campaign.
I think I've had this actually. I think if this is going to be about drug decriminalisation, I'm bored. If you want drug decriminalisation, good luck. I enjoy the society you get as a result, but frankly, I'm sick of the subject, and I'm also sick to death of the people who promote it.
So yeah. Will you be all right?
You're entitled to use that, by the way. Feel free to do so if you want to. But I think you've had me here on false pretenses.
What?
And if you run this interview, I shall say you had me here on false.
I'm sorry. Which false pretenses?
Well, that this is going to be an interview about several subjects. It's been nothing but drugs.
Yeah, I mean,
nothing. You're obsessed with drugs.
This is the first topic of many.
You're obsessed with drugs.
So he just got mad and had a rage quit because.
Would you go omnivore for a year for $1 billion?
I might, considering that insane amount of money would probably be able to be used to save far more animals. So I might consider it. Thanks for the nation, Faggot Joe. This guy just had a crybaby rage quit because he basically couldn't come up with a fucking argument and he couldn't handle it.
I had planned to.
I've written about it. You've not read what I've written about it.
I have.
You obviously haven't read my book.
I have read your book.
Well, you're obviously reading it with the lights off. You're not aware of anything of those.
Jesus.
My $3 donation means a lot, and you must answer my question. BC, I donated. Would you rather smell my breath after a gallon of expired milk and 6 rotten eggs, or a smelly Hamas agent that just sucked his wife's cat?
I guess your breath. Thanks for the donation. Oreo is cool.
So,
I have a number.
You haven't read what I've written about Portugal, which is easily found.
I've read that too.
Well, again, you show no signs of having done so.
You
haven't put to me any of the things that I've said in what I've written about Portugal. It's now, I've been here for an hour, and we've discussed nothing but drugs.
I had planned to move on to other subjects. I'm sorry.
I don't think you're entitled to run this.
If
you do run it, I shall say that I don't think you're entitled, that you got me here on false pretenses.
I was just interested in your views.
I frankly think it's extremely bad manners.
Extremely
bad manners and very bad press.
We spoke beforehand. I said I wanted to talk about drugs and God.
You did say I want to spend an hour discussing drugs, including half an hour discussing Portugal.
I'm sorry if that was too long. I really
Too long. This interview was supposed to be an hour. We've practically finished that out. We have not moved from the subject of drugs.
I really had planned to move on. The thing that I'm disputing is that there were any false pretenses here. I asked if
Okay, so where is it saying in your communications with me, I want to interview you for an hour about drugs?
just before the interview, I said, I want to talk about drugs, I want to
Just
talk about
before
God,
the interview, you
I want
said
to talk
that.
about the monarchy.
No, I came here.
You said that's fine, but the
Came
monarchy's
here
boring.
across London. You didn't say we're going to have an hour's discussion about drugs, including half the thing on Portugal. Because if you had done so, then A, I would have said no, and B, I would have been better briefed with these specific questions. I thought it was a general interview on a number of subjects. I think you have acted on false pretenses. I think you have been dishonest with me, and I think you behaved extremely badly.
I had planned to talk to you about drugs and God.
And if you run this, I shall not hesitate to say so, as widely as I possibly can. I think you behaved disgracefully. What's in this for me? Why should I bother to come here? I've come across, I've bicycled across London in the heat to spend time being...
I'd have told this guy, like, go fucking cry somewhere else, fucking baby. Like, holy shit.
And you've abused
This is like a fucking grown man whining that, like, he said stupid things in a fucking argument.
You've abused my goodwill, you've abused my hospitality.
I thought we'd talk about
I never
drugs.
want to see you again.
I thought we'd talk about drugs and we'd talk about God.
Sorry, you've talked about nothing but drugs.
It was the first
You've talked
subject.
about nothing but drugs. We've been here for almost a full hour, which we said we were going to have. You've talked about nothing but drugs.
It was the first subject that came up, and we were just going back and forth.
It came up.
I had following. Yeah, I brought it up. I had follow-up questions to ask.
It didn't come drifting out of the sea. You chose it.
I had follow-up questions to ask you. I'm sorry if that went on for too long.
It was your chosen subject for an hour.
I don't believe this. I don't believe this was under false pretenses. I really can't.
Nothing else. Not a syllable about anything else.
I can't accept that this was under false pretenses.
And also, round in circles too. You don't listen to my answers.
Look,
I've seldom come across such an incompetent interview. You don't listen to my answers, so you have to ask everything over and over again. Rude, incompetent, and extremely dishonest.
Well,
Run it if you like.
I suppose there's nothing more I can say here. Run it if I like.
Right, sure, right if you like. I can't stop you.
I think people would be interested to see your views.
Morally, I don't think you're entitled to run a word.
I think people would be interested to hear
Morally, you're not entitled to run a word of it. You just aren't. You brought me here on false pretenses. You treated me with extreme bad manners, and you've done nothing but ask me about drugs. You didn't tell me you wanted to interview about drugs. You just did this. This isn't because you've got the better of me.
I agree.
You know almost nothing about.
Yeah, he's mad that Alex pointed out that his views were kind of like silly.
I don't think that's
almost nothing about the subject of drugs, and you understand less. But I do think that you brought me here on false pretenses, and have been extremely ill-mannered.
Look, I would be happy.
I don't want this to be shown. You can't stop me, but I don't want it to be shown.
I would be interested to see if people share your opinion that that's how I behave.
People know my opinions.
No, if people share your opinion that that's how I behave today. I think if I run this interview, people will not get that.
It is my opinion, and it's the opinion on which I'm basing my decision to get up and leave.
I think if this goes out, people will not think that that's how I've treated you.
Well, because you have the power to edit it.
No, I don't edit these things. I don't edit anything out. Nothing goes out.
Like, if this guy wasn't interested in the conversation, why the fuck didn't you just say so? And he just say, like, look, I want to move on. I'm not interested. Like, this dude's a baby. He was just mad that he got caught saying some stupid, silly things.
Every single word gets included. Everything.
I don't care. I still think it's
so I
still think it's ill-mannered, dishonest, false pretenses.
So I can post this interview word for word.
You're here on false pretenses, and I think you should be ashamed of yourself.
So I can post this interview word for word, and you think people will...
I've been lured here on false pretenses. I think you should be ashamed of yourself, ashamed enough not to write.
I'm sorry, I just don't agree. I just don't agree that there were any false pretenses.
I know you don't.
Does
that make it better that you're not even aware of what you've done?
I'm bemused by this, honestly. I
don't doubt it.
So many episodes, we
doubt it.
We talk, we go back and forth. If there are follow-up questions, there are follow-up questions.
Don't doubt that you're bemused.
How long would have been too long to talk about drugs? Like, if we'd have moved on half an hour earlier to talk about
Personally, 1 minute was too long to talk about drugs.
So why
did he agree?
You raised it, so I
He's the one who agreed to this.
They went on and on and on and round and round and round. You didn't have any idea what I think. You hadn't read what I'd written, or if you had, you hadn't taken it in or understood it.
Before this interview, I asked you if we could talk about drugs. You said yes. You didn't.
I wasn't going to talk about drugs. I didn't agree to an entire interview about drugs. I think it's a very good example of my powerful self-restraint that I haven't actually sworn at you. Anyway, if you've got any sense of manners, don't run that.
Ms. Hitchns, I want to run this just...
You're not entitled to run it. You have no moral entitlement to run it. You brought me here on false pretenses and you behave very badly.
Where? You agreed to do the interview, dipshit.
Just
and if you do, I should say so.
Just in order that I can... That if that's the case, that if I have mistreated you, that I can hear that from someone other than just yourself, because I just
No, it's my opinion that matters on that.
I don't know what
you persisted with asking me to come. I never made any trouble about coming. I changed my day to come today. I agreed to come. I came on time. I was here when requested, and then I was abused. My good nature was abused, and I don't like that.
What a fucking idiot!
I suppose there's nothing.
I advise you not to.
I suppose there's nothing more I can say, but I must say that this like I have to run this. I have to.
Why?
I have to run this because like people know that I've spoken to you. They'll want the interview.
Is this a based moment from Dark Brandon?
Sir, not that they're asking you, what's your advice to the next House Speaker?
That's above my pay grade.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know. Whatever. Thanks for that donation, Bend Over.
And they'll...
Okay, well, I'll start tweeting now that I regard as outrage to your name.
No, I don't. You don't
carry on tweeting it, and there's an outrage of ill manners and bad faith that you're running it at all. If you choose to do so, I was tricked by this way once by some.
Tricked by somebody else.
Yeah, I've had someone else try to trick me into about drugs by pretending they were interested in general matters.
Listen, I really genuinely.
Very unkind to that. They at least didn't have the nerve to run it.
Indeed, I would happily talk to you now about any other subject and not run the drugs part, just the rest of it, just to prove to you that I'm really not here to trick you into a conversation about drugs.
There's so much content about everything else, it's just...
I can talk to you about...
It's always go like this, if you get on a topic and you get rolling.
Genuinely, I was just interested in following it up. I really didn't mean to make this some sudden... Suddenly we're just going to talk about drugs the whole day.
Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? I am so frigging bored about arguing about drugs with morons who want to legalise them.
Well, I'm sorry if it's boring, but that doesn't
make sense.
That doesn't mean I'm...
Then why did you agree to do the interview? This guy is a clown.
So boring. I've wasted years of my life on it.
That doesn't mean I'm acting out of...
Like, if he's bored and he's wasting time, then why doesn't he leave?
Hello, Lionheart's Toop here. Would you rather make out with the amazing atheist for 20 minutes or hold Jason Blaha's cock for 6 minutes?
I guess hold Jason Blaha's cock for 6 minutes, since, like, it's pretty small, so, you know. Probably just be holding it with like 2 fingers. Thanks for the donation though, Lionheart Soup. Appreciate it.
Of malice here.
No, but it's if you knew anything about me, you'd know how sick I was of talking about it.
Look,
I couldn't even be bothered to read properly what I've written about it. You claim to read it. I have to take it as truth.
I only wish you'd have told me before the interview.
You weren't paying attention. You didn't understand it.
I only wish you'd have mentioned this before the interview when I asked if we could talk about drugs.
Well, I talk about drugs to people, and I didn't say I would come across London for an interview entirely about drugs.
It wasn't supposed to be. It just look. I have other topics that we were about to move on to.
But we weren't.
I mean that genuinely.
You barely begun on bloody Portugal.
I can prove it.
But you didn't get there, did you? You chose to open with this, and then you finished with that. So what are you offering me?
What I'm offering you is firstly an explanation as to...
I don't want an explanation.
Secondly, what I'm offering you is, for example, if you want me to prove to you that I'm not interested in tricking you into a conversation about drugs, if you wanted to sit down and talk about the other subject, for instance, God, that was the next one on our list, and we talked about that instead, just to prove to you that I'm not interested in just talking about drugs to you. That's not what I'm trying to do here. And I mean that.
But what happens to this drivel that we've wasted?
Well, look, like people know that I'm talking to you. They'll want to see a conversation with you, and they'll expect me to talk to you about drugs. I can explain to them that we did and that you didn't.
I can talk about it, but I can't talk about it for an hour with you going round and round in circles, not listening to my answers.
Look, I'm. You seem that the reason that you seem angry at me is...
I don't like you.
Okay.
That's the reason. I really don't like you.
That's fine.
I really have decided in the past hour that I really do not like you at all.
That's fine.
I had no opinions on you before. Now I actively dislike you.
That seemed to be based on
the fact that you're a propagandist for drug legalization. Yes.
The fact that I'm somehow tricking you into...
No, you're a propagandist for drug legalization, and I regard such persons. I will sometimes, and occasions, I will be in the same room with them because it's necessary for debate. But I do not choose their company.
I'm genuinely...
I won't tell you the other occupations with which I can equate them, with whom I also don't wish to spend time, but I don't like you.
Look, this isn't... I've spoken about drugs publicly twice.
Yeah, I don't care what you've done publicly. On this occasion, you've made clear to me that you are a very strong opponent of drug legalization, and that has been the purpose of your interview.
My job as an interviewer is to challenge my guests regardless.
I don't care. I don't mind being challenged.
If I had David Nutt on the podcast, who I was supposed to for a long time, my questions would have been in the exact opposite direction.
So you say.
I would have put his points of view. You can see it on any of my previous interviews.
What did you say?
Any of my
I don't care.
And that's why I reject that this is a false.
I think you're in favour of drug legalisation.
Yes, well, I am. Yes.
Are you not?
Yeah, well, I am, and I
You
told
are
you that.
exactly.
I told you
think
that.
that's what you're in favour of. So I then have to ask myself why.
That's different from being a propagandist.
No, it's not.
Being in favour of something is not different from being a
Well, it
propagandist.
depends on what you do as a result, isn't it?
Asking questions.
Asking questions and then not
and giving a platform to one of the most.
Yeah, this guy's a massive ideologue. He thinks just by having a possession that you're in favor of legalization, you're a propagandist.
Obsessively and not listening to the answers, not doing your homework before the interview.
The whole purpose of having you here is to counteract that kind of propaganda element.
If this guy has such an interest, like he wrote a whole book on why drugs are bad, and then he's complaining that he didn't do any research, like it would be expected if you've written a whole book on the subject, you would have done your fucking research. And then he's acting like, oh, I got like suckered into this where I was blindsided with information I wasn't prepared for. Like, you wrote a book on the subject.
Of only just talking about drug legalization and having said one of the most well-known.
I want to be the meat in your sandwich.
Look, the reason why I'm what I'm trying to say here is you're saying that I have no moral right to run this because you think that I've invited you under false pretenses. I just don't think that's the case. I just don't think that's the case.
I'm not sure you believe in morality, so that wouldn't.
And so I think I do have to run this interview.
You'd have to.
I'm sorry to say, I feel on principle that
principle?
In the way that you feel I've mistreated you by somehow tricking you, even though I've done no such thing. I feel like you're now mistreating me.
You asked me for an interview on a number of subjects, and it turns into an hour-long interview about drug legalisation.
I told you we'd talk about drugs.
Well, yes, but this is one of many subjects.
And the interview hadn't concluded.
Well, it has now.
Sure, but we were going to move on. Like, of course we haven't talked about other subjects.
How much time was left in an hour for the other things you were to discuss?
Well, do you remember before we started, and I have it on camera, in fact, that I said, this goes for an hour, but if the conversation flows, if the conversation goes on, it might go on for an hour and a half or 2 hours.
It absolutely didn't.
And you said that was fine. And so the plan was...
Absolutely didn't flow.
The plan was an hour...
Didn't flow.
The plan was an hour on drugs.
I've seldom in life had a conversation that's been more of an endurance test. It did not flow. It was constantly halting. I lost my temper with you.
Hey, Derek Williams here. This is me impersonating an Asian person. Ching chong ching chin chin chin. Nho che che bokati. Ching 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 dot ching squinty eyes. Rice rice.
Great. Thanks for that, Derek Williams. Appreciate it.
I think they're gonna fuck at the end.
Hopefully not. They're both pretty gross. Thanks for the donation, though, Mountain Dew, Blaha Blast.
At one point, over your repeated, what about alcohol questions?
The plan was an hour. The plan was an hour on drugs and then an hour on God. That was the idea, and we just didn't make it that far because you're now leaving.
Okay, I mean, honestly, as I say, I have no power over you at all. I can't stop you running it. I think it would be completely wrong for you to run it, but if you know,
Here's some devastating news for George Anthony Duval dos Santos, but fantastic news for us. Yay, smile.
Arraignment set for Santos. Serial liar Republican Rep. George Santos will be arraigned on his 23rd count superseding indictment on October 27th at 10:30 a.m. Sweet. I really hope this guy goes to jail for this shit. I cannot fucking stand George Santos. Like, he's a waste of fucking air. Somebody should put a bag over his head. Thanks for that donation, though, Ben.
I never ever listen to you again.
Well, we'll have to see what everyone else thinks about that. Well, we'll see what everyone else thinks about that. We'll see.
I'm sure all your druggy friends will think it's great, but I don't.
I think even your followers have struggled to think that I've mistreated you here. I really think that.
I don't have much in the way of followers in the sense that you mean, but I don't care. I just think you behave really badly, and I don't see why I should put up with it.
Well, it seemed a moment ago when you said that if I run this, you'll be tweeting about it.
Well, absolutely. I tell people they think you behave appropriately. I tell that you were all nice by saying, please come for this interview, please come for this interview. I changed my plans accordingly, and I offered you times, and then they wouldn't work, and then we finally got to do it, and it turned out to be an hour about drugs in which you didn't listen to any of my answers to your question.
As if you think these people are going to agree with you. I don't think they will. I'm sorry to say.
People don't agree with me about drugs.
No, not about drugs. About the fact that I've mistreated you somehow here. Well, the way you say you're going to tweet about this. Well, I suppose that will be all then.
Okay.
Well,
I don't want to see that.
Okay,
I'm astonished at your behaviour. I'm genuinely astonished.
I wish you the best, and I wish you the best.
Well, I can't do that because the only thing that put me on even keel with you against you is if you apologise for what you've done.
I can't apologise for something that I don't think I've done. I don't think anybody can do that. It would be an ingenuine apology.
What?
It would be an ingenuine apology.
Exactly, so it would be anyway.
So I don't think I can apologise, and I think I have to run this interview. And
I just think you've behaved extremely
I'm sorry to say that I think that you are completely mistaken about me.
well. You are.
And I'm sorry it's gone this way. It's a shame, but I don't think there's anything I can say here to change your mind on that front.
No, I think there is. Because you would be over here for an hour's conversation after all. What was in it for me?
Luring is.
What was in it for me? Why did I come?
I don't know. I mean, sometimes
You offered me an interesting conversation.
people come for all kinds of reasons.
You bore me about your desires anyway.
Well, you have a good day.
What a fucking child, bruh. Alright, I just gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. Ugh. Yeah. Wait. Oh, there we are.
Derek Williams back again. This is me impersonating a blackie. Yo, what's up my nigga? I been keeping my pimp hand strong, you feel me? Where's the crack? Give me watermelon and KFC nickel.
Thank you for that, Derek. Appreciate the donation, dude. All right.
Jesus, why do they hate
Go
each other
get
so
it
much?
right now.
Oh my
Prove me
god.
wrong. I'm right. Boom,
Why does JF wasn't a retard? JF would realize that to every other intelligent human on the planet, it looks incredibly sus when you drop your wife off in the middle of a forest and she disappears in 2 days with no cell phone, and then 4 months later somebody else reports her missing. If you weren't a retard, it's funny because these guys all agree with JF, but you're all retarded if you don't think every other person in the world is looking at you, fucking murderer. That's insane.
A really wonderful woman, and
by the way, JF isn't like a full-fledged retard. He is educated. I think he has like a master's in biology or something. Like he also talked about cleaning and scrubbing down the whole house. it's not out of the question that this guy killed his wife, cleverly hid the evidence, and then made up the story.
Rip.
He triggered him that bad.
Apparently Tree and Lauren were fighting over some shit. I don't know why.
Lauren is here. Oh, there you go. Lauren. Yes, Lauren. You messed up. You do. Hold on. Yes, I was talking about you, Lauren. Lauren, it's not against the law. First of all, they're in Canada. You don't know about Canada law, so there's that. But even if they was in America, you do know it's not against the law for the mother to abandon children with the biological father, right? You do know there's no law out there for that. Did you not know that? Okay, check this out. Go get the law. Go get the law. You think it's not? Hold up.
You can probably like sue them for child support or something, but I don't think it's illegal to abandon children into the custody or care of another caretaker. I don't think that's illegal, no.
Because I'm about to cut your little stupid ass out.
Oh, shit.
Go get the code. Go get the code right now. Go get the code of law showing me that it's against the law for a biological mother to abandon the children, you dumb bitch.
Jesus. Why do they hate
Go
each other
get
so
it
much?
right now.
Oh my
Prove
God.
me wrong. And watch that heifer won't come back. So you gonna tell me I'm lying? I'm gonna make you prove me wrong.
Biden about
Go
to
get the
talk.
code.
When Biden talks, link me. The second talk will be more interesting than the first. Because now we'll hear Biden's statements on what Israel is doing and potentially U.S. involvement, maybe, right?
Go get the code, stupid. So you want to sit up here and talk about it is against the law? You're dense, bitch. I know the law. You don't. I don't give a, and I don't care if you got these degrees. You're a smart dumbass. That's what you are.
My understanding is that Tree is completely clueless on all the actual case law. Okay, I don't know. I have no idea.
Hey.
Uh-oh. Hello? Oh, hi. What's up?
Yeah, I want to ask you a question. In contrast to the way that Obama handled the Israel-Palestine conflict and how the government had a lot of frustration.
For abandoning their kids.
Father Time, Donny Tillers, this is what high school looked like in the late 90s. Master Gains, enjoy.
What up? What up, Cass? What up? Hey, give me where's Hey! Woohoo! Turn towards Do the content. Let me get on there. Say something fun. What's up, Mark?
Doesn't look too different from high school in the 2000s. Just a little more plaid. And Hawaiian shirts. But thanks for that donation, Father Time.
I mean, technically, is not paying child support ultimately a jailable offense? I don't remember, but I mean, it's like 50% of women only get their full child support. So I mean, it's not like the law keeps people from.
She's one of these rich, stupid. And she never did get it. Gave me honey. Oh, Lord.
Or person in charge of a child either deserts a child or fails to provide the necessary care for the child's well-being. Abandonment by desertion may be without any regard for the child's physical health, safety, or welfare, with the intention of hopefully abandoning the child.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean abandoning the child to another parent, right?
This is a dumb,
terrible investigation.
That's what.
I listened to you on a very short interview you had last night where this girl was pretending to be Nancy Drew and she was trying to like bust you on stuff.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, he's talking on the phone. Okay.
Jeff was talking about dropping his wife off near a gas station and she's like, "Well, did you get gas? Is there a receipt that you?"
It's like,
and he's
okay.
like, "Oh, what the fuck are you talking about?"
Not everything is a clue.
Yeah, exactly. Women are terrible investigators because they think that questioning every detail is a productive means. She was questioning details that the police has already asserted as absolutely true. She was so behind the track in her questioning. But I mean, what is there to expect, you know? Females have not evolved to think or to relate to reality. As it turns out, when your main job in life is to prepare a spaghetti sauce, it's not that dramatic if you put Oregon instead of thyme.
It's just, I can't tell because, like, for JF, like, if JF wasn't a retard, JF would realize that to every other intelligent human on the planet, it looks incredibly sus when you drop your wife off in the middle of a forest and she disappears in 2 days with no cell phone, and then 4 months later somebody else reports her missing. If you weren't a retard, it's funny because these guys all agree with Jeff, but you're all retarded if you don't think every other person in the world isn't looking at you, fucking murderer. That's insane. Okay? Jesus.
I'm pissed you think you won the debate, you dumb brown. I will debate you anytime, anytime you want. Sorry I had a few drinks. Listen. You edited the clips to make me look bad on purpose. Fuck you, boy. My wife is now cuckolding me.
Sure. Thanks for the donation, Father. Joe Swaden. Yeah, another possibility is JF abandoned her in the woods with the intention of having her, like, die. So that is a real possibility, too. He might not have actually killed her, but again, he just abandoned her in the woods with the idea that she would just end up dying. Which, pretty likely.
Dick isn't trolling? I don't know what Dick's position is, but...
And see that members of...
What the?
Oh, good luck. Well, good luck with Lauren De Laguna. I hope...
Is she... Do you know her?
I do.
So tell me about her. Should I be worried?
It will be woman prattle on overdrive, nonsense. It'll all be about her. That's Lauren De Laguna for you. If I were you, I would go into your kitchen and grab a hammer and smack yourself about the head and shoulders with it several times before I would sit.
Do you think JF is a Nazi or just far right? I'm not sure. I don't know too much about his political beliefs, so I know he's far right. I don't know if he is a Nazi, though.
Through an interview with Lauren De Laguna. That's just me, though.
Oh, no. I said yes to her. And Papa JF always provides to a cute woman.
Just saying. You're going to send me...
Why would your wife abandon... Okay, why would your wife abandon her kids? I mean, I know you don't want to talk about kids, but can you at least acknowledge that that is a crime? Like, why would she commit a crime? So we don't have to talk. Let's not talk.
I don't think that's a crime.
About the kids, but why would she be okay with?
Somebody said this is the end of the interview.
That harms
no,
others?
listen. You're deluded.
Okay.
I
I'm really trying to be respectful. I'm not trying to be rude at all. But seriously, how am I deluded? Because I'm trying. It is a crime.
Because you're attributing crimes to things that you don't understand at all.
No.
You don't even meet the standard of prima facie case for a crime. It is not a crime to travel. Is it a crime to go to LA? Is it a crime to travel to LA?
Wait, hold on. What's prima facie? Can you explain?
Yeah, exactly. You know nothing. You're stupid. You are extremely stupid. It's like worse than talking to a monkey.
I've never heard the phrase prima facie.
Yeah, because you don't know Latin, and I don't have time to teach you.
No, you're right. I'm so stupid. Anyway, it's hard being this dumb sometimes, but thank you for having the patience to talk to me. But I do know that it is a crime to abandon your kids. And Mama J seems like...
It is a crime to abandon your kids, but not with the other parent. I don't believe that's a crime.
A really wonderful woman. And
Rip.
He triggered him that bad.
Well. Woman goes crazy after car accident.
Yeah, that is suspicious as fuck, dude. I haven't heard him give a good explanation for why she did that. She just wanders out into the woods, and then he doesn't hear from her for 4 months, doesn't contact the police, make a missing persons report, nothing. He wanted her to die. Like, I can't think of a situation where that makes any sense in any other context. Like, he clearly wanted her dead.
Yeah, we're gonna stay right here. We have a camera. We saw you hit her. You better be off from over there. Don't give me that shit.
Whoa!
Can I open my window up, please? Don't worry about it. Put it down. Like I want him to do the vehicle.
You can. Emergent and intersection.
Weird. All right, let's watch some Frank Tufano mints. Families used to have so many children. That might be because most of them died of polio.
Families used to have so many children. I'm sure everyone has a story.
I don't think the average was all that different. I think right now it's like 1.97 or something like that. I think you're talking about like 2.34, you know, like 100 years ago or something like that.
From a grandparent or great.
Let me see. Number of children per family over the years. Okay.
Hey, how are you? I hope you are having a nice night. I wanted to do the debate with you. I logged into my Discord my username and password, and then I found your profile. I added you as a friend on Discord. PLS, refresh your screen and accept my friend rec.
I'm not going to add anybody to my friends list on Discord to debate them, but thanks for the donation, Derek. Appreciate it. Century Review of Family and Consumer Sciences and the Changing American Family. So in 1900, there's about 4.3 children per family. And then the data goes up to 2009. It looks like about 3 children per family. So that's a 1.3, 1.3 child difference. It's not really much. So right now you'll see on average.
Did you hear that TYT host Jen Koiga has announced that he is running for president of the US for 2024 to try and damage Biden's chances? LMFAO, is this some kind of joke?
Welcome back.
Yeah, I've seen this. We've already taken a look. I don't know what he's thinking. I don't know what this is really about, because his explanation has been he's a better, candidate opportunity than Biden, which is weird. He's also explained how he wants to make it so somebody who isn't a natural born citizen can become president. I don't really know what's going on here, though. It just seems weird. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. So you're talking about a one child difference. So 100 years ago, you might see a family with 4 kids. Now you'll see families with 3 kids. Not a big difference.
If you want to debate, please accept my Discord friend request. Ruth.
Well, can't say I want to debate you, and I certainly don't want to add you on Discord, but thanks for the donation, Ruth.
Great-grandparent that had like half a dozen kids. Now you're hearing about couples being infertile, literally not being able to have a baby if they wanted to.
Infertility has been an issue forever. I don't think infertility rates have increased. They probably decreased with better nutrition and better technology around fertility.
Sometimes cost of living is associated with reluctance to have children, but even back then they weren't exactly well off and they were popping out babies like crazy.
Cost of living was lower.
There are two main factors in the degeneration of our fertility. One is the food quality in our modern diets. Two is the ever-increasing...
Food quality's increased. You see less, like, you're seeing lower rates of malnutrition. Like, look at the rates of rickets in the 1900s versus now. It's practically non-existent.
Environmental radiation levels. A lack of animal protein and abundance of toxic chemicals has caused a massive physical toll on the health of both men and women.
Meat intake has increased, stupid. Like, where is he getting this idea?
While the dangerously high levels of environmental radiation from our cell phones and other modern technologies damages our cells even further.
Cell phones cannot possibly in any way damage your cells, you fucking idiot. And this is the same guy who promotes getting like a sunburn every single day. That's not worrying, but yeah, cell phones, dangerous.
Hey, accept my Discord friend request, Blackie.
How about you just come fight me rather than just Discord? How about that? Thanks for the donation, Blackie Brown.
Unless these two factors are remedied, healthy large families will not be the norm.
He thinks people are having smaller families because they're eating less meat and using cell phones. What a fucking, like, you just can't. The fuck?
So many people are dependent on energy drinks just to get themselves through the day without understanding long-term health effects or natural alternatives.
Energy drinks are not toxic, and there's this thing called circadian rhythm. You're gonna get tired towards the end of the day in all likelihood, and yeah, if you have to stay up, energy drink might help you.
Most of these drinks have similar downsides. Caffeine constantly wreaking havoc on your hormonal systems.
Caffeine does not damage your hormonal systems.
Greatly impairing adrenal function.
Caffeine does not impair adrenal function.
Toxic chemical preservatives and
preservatives are not toxic.
Flavorings, synthetic vitamins and minerals that can
synthetic vitamins and minerals are not dangerous.
Accumulate to toxic levels in your organs. And to top it all off, the water that goes into these drinks is usually full of fluoride.
Yeah, so energy drinks have added B vitamins. B vitamins are water soluble, so if you have an excess of them, you'll piss them out. It's literally impossible to overdose on vitamins from energy drinks.
Fluoride, chlorine, and whatever antibiotics and chemicals are in the water table near the bottling facility. Even something like dark chocolate is an infinitely healthier way to get some caffeine, and combine that with some organic fruit and mineral water, and you'll feel so
You're not going to get anywhere near as much caffeine from chocolate.
much better and be a lot healthier.
What a doinkus. Always superset in the gym.
Now this one's going to save you guys a lot of time in the gym. You should always be supersetting contrasting muscle groups. Depending on the intensity and difficulty of the exercise, every single set should be superset. If I'm doing chest cable flies, then I'll go do a set of glutes on the leg press. There is no...
That isn't an opposing muscle. What? Yeah, there's reasons for why you might want to superset. Obviously, it saves time. The downside is you're going to have systemic fatigue from the previous set you did. So your superset is going to be not as good compared to if you just did normal straight sets. On top of that, because you may be working muscle groups that are supportive in a given lift, say if you did bench press and then you did that, you supersetted that with pull-ups, there may be some supporting muscles for when you do pull-ups that will make it harder for you to bench on the next set. So because those supporting muscles are fatigued, it'll make it harder to actually bench press.
Hey Vegan Gains or Richard. Your channel has really inspired me over the past few years. I learned a lot about dieting, strength training and veganism and so much more. Thank you. Please refer to Discord and click accept on my friend request to talk more.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that. You kind of annoy me, but thanks for the donation, Blackie Brown.
Interaction. It's opposites. Sometimes I'll even do like pull-ups and dips as a superset, which isn't as great because your shoulders are involved in both of those movements, but maybe I'll rest a little bit with calf raises in between those sets of pull-ups and dips. If you're doing an arm workout, it's very efficient to superset biceps with triceps. They are minimally involved in each other's movement. You'll cut the time of your arm workout in half. And if you can't go back and forth between the bicep and tricep exercises without rest, hey, do some calf raises. When you're too fatigued to do contrasting muscle groups, always do body weight calf raises. Do something. Now,
you do not have to do that. But supersets are a good way to reduce time spent in the gym, but you do not have to do them if you don't want to. Why liver flushes do not work?
Your liver acts as a filter for everything coming into your body. 3 meals a day, 365 days a year.
Your liver doesn't really act as a filter. It acts more as like a enzymatic sort of system where it will break down certain things or create a reaction where something becomes active in your body.
By the time you're in your mid-20s, your liver has filtered nearly 10,000 meals. The idea that you can remove thousands of meals worth of toxins by flushing your liver once or twice is nothing short of ridiculous. Those cells in your liver have taken years and years to get to the state they're currently in, a slow accumulation of environmental toxins and chemicals. Just as the liver slowly accumulates and builds toxins, the only way to excrete them is the same way, slowly. If you follow a strict liver detox diet, you can expect to remove
There's no such thing as a liver detox diet.
Toxins at 2 to 5 times the rate of past accumulation. It could take you a few years to a decade, depending on how toxic and poisoned your liver is.
How do you measure liver toxicity?
I love the recent racing gameplay. I think I actually like racing games. Some racing games I remember playing during my childhood was Mario Kart, of course, Driven, GameCube version, and Wipeout for both N64 and PSP. I might start playing car games again.
I played a little bit of Mario Kart. I only ever played it at a friend's house. I didn't have Mario Kart on my own N64. I played a lot of Super Smash Bros. Let's see, I played Wipeout. Played Burnout as well. Burnout was a big one. And Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo is fucking sick. Thanks for the donation though, New. Probably play some more racing games tonight.
Are you currently taking in new friends on Discord? Thanks. My grandmother wants to know.
Fuck your grandmother. I'm not taking friends on Discord. Thanks for the donation, Emily.
Most people are not in a severe enough state of poor health to commit.
Oh yeah, Need for Speed Most Wanted was so fucking dope back in the day.
Themselves to such a diet, nor do they usually know it's their liver causing their health issues.
Frank does not know what the hell he's talking about. This is gross. Beef tallow lip balm. Ugh. Fluoride-free remineralizing tooth powder. You cannot... I don't know what he means by remineralizing. Like, is he claiming you can rebuild enamel or something?
Frankie's Naturals Remineralizing Tooth Powder is now available. We've had a similar formula in the past. However, this...
Dude, he has the shittiest labels. Like, imagine him trying to sell this on Amazon or something, and then you see this as the label. Like, so bad. Just puts no effort into this.
Is much more potent and concentrated. It's basically pure minerals. You're pretty much brushing your teeth with magnesium and calcium, a little bit of peppermint added for flavor.
That is not going to do anything to rebuild enamel on your teeth.
And there are a few remineralizing tooth powders on the market. However, none of them have as high of a concentration of minerals, and most of them have added chemicals and artificial flavors.
Yeah, so that's why on the ingredients list, it doesn't actually tell you the concentration of magnesium, calcium, K2 per serving, because it's so much higher than every other product, but we just have to take your word for it.
Flavors. More importantly, I have added vitamin K2 MK4 to the formula, which is required.
Which is not going to do anything.
To put minerals in hard tissue, aka you can't get the calcium and magnesium into your teeth without...
You do not need K2 to do that.
Vitamin K2.
K1 also does that.
And as expensive as these vitamins and minerals are...
Fuck me? Fuck me? How you gonna insult an old grandmother like that in front of Emily? Now you owe it to me to accept my Discord friend request before I report you to the authority.
Dude, I have gotten into fights with so many fucking Karen-ass old people. I remember back when I did a lot of road cycling, I would go around this big loop where I ended up having to go on the sidewalk because there was no bike lane. It was a very narrow roadway, and usually when I cycled there, unless it was like 3 in the morning, traffic would be insane. And there's this fucking old bitch I'd run into where she's like, I'm going to call the police. You're not supposed to be riding on the sidewalk. And every time I'd run into her, I'd just tell her to go fuck herself. And it's so weird. Old people like expect you to respect them or something just because they're old. You're a fucking dumb bitch. Why would I respect you? You're just... What, because you're old, I give a shit what you have to fucking say? Thanks for the donation, though, Emily's grandmother.
I prioritize affordability and quality over profit. Therefore, we...
I don't know why it does that when I pause.
Sell the highest quality remineralizing tooth powder on the market at the lowest price on frankiesnaturals.com. Frankie's Naturals Remineralizing...
Frank is so full of shit. Just so full of shit. All right, let's watch some Menti videos.
Their arms to anyone? I have nothing but good things to say about Dubai.
It's no longer the American dream, it's the Dubai dream.
Dubai, the shining beacon of our future as humans, the land of modernistic infrastructure, traditional values, and prosperity for all, or an artificial wasteland crawling with blatant corruption, desperate degenerates, more unpaid workers than America had in the 1860s, and mind-numbingly moronic infrastructure. Like, tell me why the city centre is literally Spaghetti Junction, bruv. Just come to Birmingham instead, man, I'm telling you. So I know this video might come across a bit critical and mean, so I'm gonna start off by...
Yeah, Dubai's a shithole. I don't know why anybody fucking travels there for vacation. It just sucks. You have insane, ridiculous traffic, crazy urban sprawl. The shopping isn't any better than if you just go to a major city like New York. And, like, what do you get? Okay, it's hot. Like, just why?
By listing 5 things I like about Dubai.
Burger.
If you know anything about Dubai, you probably think the main issues are its human rights violations or the terrible infrastructure or something along those lines. But I personally believe there's something a million times worse lurking in the shadows of this shiny dystopian city, that being cringe influencers. Now, I think some of these upper class spoiled Dubai YouTubers must have spent as much time in
Big fan of the channel. Do you want to do me a favor and refresh your Discord screen, please? My friend request has been sitting there for a month.
No, I don't really want to do you that favor, but thanks for the donation, Johnson.
School as the migrant workers' kids do, that being 0 hours, because they do not know anything of value. I mean, there's slop and then there's this.
We're back with another crazy video. Yes, today we're going to the world's most expensive perfume.
Another breed of Dubai influencers are the porta potties, okay? I can't really go into this one too deeply, both because of YouTube's guidelines and my mental.
Did you know there are literally poop trucks in Dubai that drive warm feces around? That sounds good to me. Let's go get some free poop VG. It can be our brown honeymoon. Yum yum yum.
Yeah, a lot of buildings weren't built with a proper sewage infrastructure, so there's literally like thousands of poop trucks that have to go in and out of Dubai. It's retarded. Dubai is so stupid, dude. Thanks for that donation, though, Microwave Poop. Sounds like a plan.
Health, but essentially we're talking female Instagram models, usually from poorer backgrounds, that flex that Dubai life, whilst behind the scenes they've been employed to commit some of the most disgusting degenerate acts known to man. This is shockingly common for a city that based alpha males like to claim has strict traditional values. Like, okay bro, I'm sure Sonia, who got flown out from Moldova in first class by some old oil-rich Emirati, is really in Dubai to uphold modest sinless religious values. Yeah. Also, if we're talking like core religious values, it's funny how the entire point of charity and helping out the less fortunate completely flies out of the window when we're talking about migrant slums full of Nepalese workers, you know? It's also interesting that in the UAE, it's absolutely haram to drink wine or beer or whiskey, but when it comes to inhaling butane, now that's all good blood. I guess they really just love
Derek Williams here. On principle and principle alone, would you rather eat a vegan's shit or a piece of meat?
Vegan shit. Thanks for the donation, Blackie Brown.
fossil fuels that much. And of course, I couldn't forget all the mainstream Western influencers who go to Dubai and get paid off by Daddy Zayed to showcase the blood money funded attractions in 4K. Honestly, I wouldn't care about this too much if these same exact celebrities didn't pretend like they're all progressive and forwards thinking and shit. For example, Will Smith and the YouTube channel Yes Theory, both staunch vocal supporters of the Black Lives Matter movement. Surely that means by principle they should be resolutely opposed to any form of slavery, since that's the root cause of this social issue they obviously care about. Well, take a look at this.
So I'm always in Dubai, but a friend of mine told me I had to check out this pool.
One of the most unique scuba diving experiences of your life.
They've both heavily promoted this pool on their large YouTube platforms. I do have a sneaky
virtue signalers. I don't know why anybody would even have an interest in going there. It's just fucking stupid.
suspicion they might have been paid off by the tourism board since they've linked the state-run YouTube channel, but I'm not going to throw out claims I can't completely substantiate. This attraction is meant to be the deepest pool in the world. Personally, I think shit looks tacky and artificial, a bit like the rest of Dubai. Will Smith's video has 25 million views, 1 million likes, okay? Imagine the amount of people he has brought into this silly pool, which on average costs 200 quid entry. We're talking big money generated for the owners of this establishment.
I'm actually surprised it's that cheap. £200? That's actually relatively inexpensive.
So I thought I'd have a quick look at who owns and who built this pool. That's right, it's your boy Osama bin Laden's family's construction empire. Which now is owned by the Saudi Crown Prince. Alongside the pool, this colossal construction LLC is also responsible for ugly pieces of stupid shit such as the Dubai Frame, Al Faisalia Tower Riyadh, Global Village Dubai, Villas in the Sky Riyadh, even Kuala Lumpur Airport. My god, it's beautiful. But remember what I was saying about Will Smith and Yes Theory being...
What's your favorite item on Buffalo Wild Wings menu?
I am not familiar with that establishment. If you want some good-ass vegan fried chicken, though... Oh, that looks like an interesting video. What's it called? Bring Me Some is fucking dope, dude. This place, holy shit. Their chicken fingers, which aren't really chicken fingers, they're more like gigantic fucking, like, chicken pieces. Fuck me, they're good, dude. They're so goddamn good. I went to this place 2 days in a row. I just couldn't help it. They're so damn good, man. Thanks for the donation, though, Playboy Johnson.
Resolutely, completely opposed to the types of practices they were employing in cotton fields in America in the 1600s, right? Well, you wouldn't be able to guess the types of practices that Bin Laden construction is employing in the current day, could you? Here's an example to give you an idea. In 2017, a group of foreign workers, probably Nepalese or Bangladeshi, weren't paid for 6 months. Their wages were already probably around $4 a day in one of the world's most expensive countries, leaving them with no way to ever fly back home, and on top of that they most likely had their passports taken at the border and were effectively locked into slum housing surrounded by armed guards who escort them to work every day. Oh, and this is all in 45-degree heat. So rightfully they were a bit annoyed when they didn't even get paid and protested this at the bus depot where they usually crammed into blacked out shiny coaches to prevent rich city dwellers from seeing the disgusting sight of lower class humans. The protest was dispersed pretty quickly, and in return, they were not paid. Instead, sentenced to 4 months in prison and
Holy
I quote, 300
shit.
lashes in public. And you'd think Will Smith would be...
Holy fuck, yeah, how the fuck could you ever go to Dubai and, like, claim you're a Black Lives Matter supporter? Holy fuck, dude.
Specifically appalled by such practices, since he literally last year starred in a very emotive, harrowing film centered around being a slave who was whipped extremely severely. But no, he's literally generating money for a company that 100% proven whips slaves. I genuinely think Dubai has the highest hypocrisy per capita of...
I heard that Vegan Wings place actually puts chicken shit in their wings.
They don't. I checked with the management. Thanks for the donation, though, W. Or DW for short.
any place in the world. So maybe keep all that stuff in mind next time you see an influencer in Dubai wailing that they're morally better than you because they made a deep video and carbon offset their flights. So influencers aside, I just want to make it clear how I feel about Dubai's infrastructure and architecture. And yes, Americans, before you all start crying, I am very qualified to talk about and critique car-centric infrastructure. I live in Birmingham, UK, and I can say for certain my hometown and Dubai share some similarities. Ugly, grey, dirty, smelly, inconvenient, noisy, boring bullshit. Okay? Just in Dubai, there's also a chance that you might get caught up in a traffic jam of doo-doo trucks, since the Burj Khalifa doesn't have an adequate sewer system, leading to this advanced method of CAC transportation. I bet that smells great bubbling away in the 50-degree heat. I think Dubai's infrastructure projects can be perfectly summarized by the world. A cluster of man-made islands in the shape of a world map sounds like a great idea. Well, for starters, I think this kid from earlier drew up the map actually, actually, because what the fuck is this? I do like how they solved the Balkan conflicts by just removing all countries apart from Greece and placing Syria as a border between Greece and Turkey. Problem solved. I also love the addition of Greenland's 24 internal countries. Good to finally see some educated mapping out here. So, after absolutely obliterating any natural environments by dredging all surrounding sand into these stupid islands 20 years ago, they were basically meant to be turned into little authentic cultural showcases. But they started sinking. That's because normally islands aren't just piles of sand. Islands are meant to just be bits of the seabed that are above the sea level, also known as land, which also conveniently provides actual foundations to build stuff on. Pure sand, on the other hand, doesn't love staying in the same place, as you can see from the shifting of desert dunes, or the massive amount of sandstorms which happen every year in Dubai. So these islands have been left empty and abandoned to this day, apart from one or two that have been completed in order to ship influencers there to make the project look like a success. Realistically, having spent 15
fucking jackass, what's his name? Fucking always goes to Dubai.
Dollars making some big sand piles. The world islands have been a big strain on the infrastructure budget, have soured public perception of Dubai, have had terrible effects on the natural environment. Please don't cut to so-called environmentally friendly yes theory, spreading propaganda about the world islands being awesome.
Like this dreamy paradise place?
This is not a yes theory hit piece, by the way. I do like some of their videos. I think so many so-called influencers don't really practice what they preach, including me. So if any rich Emiratis trying to fly Geopod out and show me why I'm wrong about Dubai and how beautiful luxury life is, just hit me up on Instagram.
Yeah, that is some messed up shit, dude. Let's see. Tim Pool wages psychotic crusade against OnlyFans. He is one of those people who hates pretty girls because pretty girls don't like him.
Seems to what? Oh God.
So if you recall at the end of the debate that I had with Tim Pool, I was pretty tired at that point, but he tried to bring up his latest fixation, which is that that liberal women are less attractive than conservative women because liberal women are more likely to, if you're liberal, you're more likely to sympathize with people who are disadvantaged because you're also unattractive. And, you know, I had half a mind to say to him,
you actually see higher rates of obesity among conservatives versus Democrats, so it's really weird for him to say that.
Tim, is this your way of calling me ugly, just to see how he would respond? And if I were to do it over again for the lols, I definitely would. But at that point, I wanted to get the hell out of there. And it is interesting to see that he still has this bee in his bonnet. He's obsessed with, like, the quality of women and the relationship between women and men in dating situations. He's now brought on those, like, what guy, fresh cut guys? What's the name of those guys?
Fresh and Fit, yeah.
Fresh and Fit. And they were talking about, you know, high quality men versus high quality women, and, you know, you got to get a Bugatti, all this stuff. He's really,
I think on some level you're being unfair. You got to remember, Tim is moving into adolescence now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And this is when a lot of those issues come up in your, you know, as you exit your tween years emotionally. But here's Tim Pool.
From the Daily Mail. They say, Bryce Adams, 29, from Florida, joined the adult content site. Oh, it's so brutal. OnlyFans tried to be legit. And in just 2 years, she has turned into a booming business, earning herself millions of dollars along the way, as well as a legion of avid followers. She raked in $6.4 million last year and gained a whopping $60,000 just for one live stream. Here's what I love about this.
Bro, that is crazy money. Holy fuck. I really wish I could make that kind of money off OnlyFans.
You know, I often think about these women who are like, they have that video walking through New York for 5 hours as a woman, and all the guys are like, how you doing? Like, what up? Like, guys following her. Some of it was benign. Some of it was kind of creepy. And it's funny because I've talked about this before. Men do suffer the same thing, but men are valued for their social status, not for their attractiveness, mostly. So, you know, a hot guy walking down the street might have a girl say something, but probably not. Men are the ones who typically do the...
Women say stuff to me fairly regularly. So if you're a good-looking guy, no, girls will say you look good and shit.
Pursuing. But here's the funny thing.
Hey, nice beanie.
If
Oh, that ollie that you did? I'm going to bed right now, baby. I bet that's happened to him a ton.
Yeah.
You know why it's a bit different in terms of experiences for women and men and getting catcalled on the street? I don't really believe men get catcalled for their social status, but we'll put that aside for now.
Yeah, nice watch.
I've heard this, and I'm paraphrasing. Right, someone said this at one point to me, and so I'm misattributing. I don't know where the quote comes from, but that a man's greatest fear is that a woman will make fun of him or reject him, and a woman's greatest fear is that a man will kill them. And it seems
like obviously when women get followed and shit, it's different than if like a dude is getting followed. Like the risk of danger is way higher.
A little old-fashioned in a sense, but there is some truth there too. The reason catcalling is a little bit more problematic for women is because women have a fear of getting sexually assaulted by men, and that has been borne out by history, by sexual crimes.
It's what the catcalling might be a prelude to, which is like a violent attack.
Exactly. And so I love how he starts off as like, some of it's threatening, some of it's acceptable. Tim, how did you make that determination? How did you make that determination? But anyway,
I just for some context, this Bryce, whatever her name is, who makes $6.4 million over the whole course of the year on the platform as one of the most liked creators on OnlyFans. I'll just say OnlyFans owner reportedly earned $1.3 million per day in bonuses last year. That does not include.
Whoa, my God. Dude, I need that kind of money. Imagine how many fucking motorcycles I could get.
That is over 260 work days, does not include his salary. So,
dude.
And I would also suggest...
Bruh, what the fuck? Why didn't I make a fucking porn website?
That Tim Pool is probably making very similar amount of money, and just like showing off, really just exposing his stupidity on a daily basis. It's more or less the same business model, just a slightly different part of the body.
I do just want to say, like, if you're a young man and the sort of issues of loneliness are affecting you, like the point, like Tim Pool is not going.
How is this person so calm after that?
Let me take a look. Well, all you can do is laugh. So, yeah, her head almost got taken off. Damn. Well,
would you rather get married to and have to sleep next to Jason Blaha, and he fucks us for life, or you eat one McDonald's burger bite?
I'd rather eat a McDonald's burger bite, obviously. Thanks for the donation, though, Lionheart's 2p. Yep. Well, at least she didn't die. She's cute, too. Pretty badass. I would definitely want somebody who is cool like that on my team if I had to fight Hamas. Thanks, though, Bendover. Appreciate it.
Going to solve that. He wants you to continue watching Tim Pool, which you are not going to do if you ever get into a relationship and socialize. So he's going to continue leading into cul-de-sacs. But
all right, continue.
Mostly. So, you know, a hot guy walking down the street might have a girl say something, but probably not. Men are the ones who typically do the pursuing. But here's the funny thing. If you are a beautiful young woman and you walk down the street, guys probably going to holler at you. That's what they find socially desirable. If you are a man of no social standing, that's it. But what if you're a guy who jumps out of a suit wearing Armani, jumps out of a McLaren or whatever,
a Bugatti,
puffs your shirt a little bit,
Oh my god.
It turns around, gives a wink, and you've got jewelry. Then you're going to get people trying to ask you questions. And it's a fact. It is absolutely a fact. I was hanging out. We went to go eat in, where were we? We were in Lee's.
Dude, girls do not give two fucking shits about exotic cars. They do not care. Women will not give you any extra attention just because you have a nice car. Again, if you're a good-looking guy and you have a nice car, girls will use that to, like, break the ice. Like, oh, nice car. But they do not give a fuck about nice cars. Like, that is just stupid.
Virginia.
Getting sushi.
And I'm hanging out with the boys.
Oh my God.
And, like some of the people in the crew dress up and look the part, I guess. Successful, well-known individuals that we're hanging out with. And sure enough, we have dudes walking up being like, do I know you from somewhere? Like, you look like you rock star, man.
Pause it for a second. Wait a second.
This is attention from other men that he's talking about. What the fuck? How is this at all similar?
What? Wasn't this story supposed to be about how people of the opposite sex will pay? Isn't he building this all up to women? Will pay attention to him because he has all the accoutrement of success and.
Would you rather 2 nights at the Four Seasons with Blaha and Viagra and him butt fucking you? Or you give up veganism?
I guess I'd have to tolerate 2 nights at the Four Seasons with Blaha. He has a small wee-wee, though, so it probably wouldn't be too bad. Thanks for the nation, Derek.
His
Hey, aren't you a
boys,
rock star?
Yeah,
his boys are walking out and he's just attracting, like, teenage boys.
Like, oh, sick. You got the McLaren, you got the pimp suit.
McLaren, like,
Everything he's saying, like, this is what kind of makes me pity him to a degree, is like, he really thinks that that's what's going to make men desirable to women. I mean, dude, you're really listening to the wrong people. I don't, he's called...
Hey, aren't you the guy who's saying only ever wanted? The music through that shitty filter.
Oh my god!
The dude called me.
I love all the accoutrements of success are like Bugatti or McLaren, and you come
rings
out,
on 4
you got your
fingers,
rings, and you got like the whole like it's.
The dude called me a pedophile. I shouldn't have sympathy for him, but it's like it's almost as if someone is doing some sort of psychological operation on a impressionable adult men as to what they can do to repel women most by dressing and acting like the biggest douchebags possible, but being told the entire time that this is desirability.
If you're not socializing with women, like the solution is to get into context where you're making friends and socializing with women. It's not to get an expensive car and put on jewelry.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what's sort of fascinating. It's like literally like, the idea of being involved with, I mean, in Tim Pool's life, it's specifically, women. If you're a man, it's specifically women. But the idea of like getting into a relationship, it's like, forget anything other. If we could just have a spray, and that would it. In the absence of a spray that you could wear, all you need to do is get a bunch of stuff that makes you look rich. And that's how you get girls, man.
Tim Pool wishes it was that easy. Like, this beanie wearing fuck is not, taken seriously by women. He just likes to convince himself of that as like some sort of cope because he makes a lot of money. He's a millionaire. He's not getting any extra pussy just because he makes more money.
Things that don't have a ton to do with your personality. Yeah. So projecting that onto women. Okay.
That's why he doesn't wear any bling, so that he can make sure that his friends are real. Go back a little bit. Remember, he's explaining some dynamic between men and women, and here it is.
Just imagine, get out of the Bugatti, you got the jewelry, you got the beanie on.
Would you rather a queer platonic relationship W. Jason Blaha for life? Or a simp relationship to Sam Seder where you lick his feet after the show daily?
I guess the plutonic Blaha relationship. Thanks for that donation, Derek.
We went to go eat in where were we? We were in Leesburg, Virginia, and I'm hanging out with the boys, and like some of the people in the crew dress up and look the part, I guess. Successful, well-known individuals that we're hanging out with, and sure enough, we have dudes walking up being like, "Do I know you from somewhere? Like, you look like you rock star, man." It's like. Guys will get that stuff, but it's based on social status. So here's the funny thing about all this. I'm looking at her income and
that's completely disanalogous since he's talking about getting attention from the same sex. So how is this at all related to how women are treated?
It's like she sells her body, she does porn online, and she gets a big following, makes money. Then you have other people. Guys, what do guys do? Guys talk politics.
Talk shit on YouTube.
Charismatic, ideas, work, subjects. Objects. Women, subjects. And it's like, I see this thing. Now, hey, look, man.
Tim Pool literally makes pro-Nazi content online, and that's how he basically makes money. And then he's talking about how is that any more dignified than using sex, to make money?
Here's what I'm saying. I ain't got no beef with this lady. She wants to be a digital prostitute. For real, I don't mean that as a dig. I'm saying, hey, you do you, lady. You sell what you got. She got $6.4 million. You think she cares?
Putting on this accent.
Hey, you do you. You do you, lady.
Hey, what was that?
All right, continue.
I'm saying, hey, you do you, lady. You sell what you got. She got $6.4 million. You think she cares about your opinion? My point is only this. Many more women are going to say, I don't want to be the CEO. I don't want to work on a petroleum rig. I don't want to be a lawyer and argue, man. A lot of these things.
None of those jobs make the kind of money she's making. So, I don't know how you can compare the two.
Things are things that guys like doing. Complaining on the internet, talking about big ideas, talking about policy.
Sorry, can we just pause one? Sorry, Bradley, but we're putting talking shit on YouTube, which is what I do for a living. Unbelievable.
The internet, talking about big ideas, talking about policy. I think this OnlyFans is going to create basically piping to like a conduit. Better way to describe it.
Sure.
By which feminists who don't like the 9-to-5 grind but just want to be independent and have money realize, hey man, I don't need to answer to a boss. I can just do, adult activities online. Boom, with OnlyFans.
Most people do not make a living doing OnlyFans, so that idea is just stupid.
And you know what? The average woman who does it doesn't make that much money. True, most people who try to start their own business ain't gonna make much money no matter what they do. But this lady, she figures it out. Maybe it's because people find her to be the most attractive or whatever, or she just does the raunchiest, nastiest stuff, and that's worth money. Whatever, man. Doesn't matter. There will be various tiers. Just because she makes $6.4 million doesn't mean everybody else is making nothing. Just because you hear about most women making mostly...
Why is he doing this weird accent?
Nothing like $20 to $200 doesn't mean that the average woman can't make this work. My point. Feminism is in trouble because there's going to be a lot of women who can easily pull in $40,000 to $50,000 per year doing this stuff, and
you cannot easily pull in $40,000 to $50,000 per year doing OnlyFans. Tim doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Dude, if you could make $40,000 to $50,000 doing OnlyFans like easily, I mean, everybody would be doing it at this point.
They will. And they're going to be thinking to themselves, I may not be making $1 million, but I bet.
He's an idiot.
Whose hairline is more receded, Tim Pool or Vegan Gains?
Tim Pool, obviously. Do you see me wearing a fucking beanie? Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Barely have to do anything, post a couple videos, get some subscribers, and now I'm good. You know why I think this? Because I've known a handful of people, women, who were working normal jobs.
I know women.
And I knew this one woman, and one day, she's like, I think I'm going to try and do cam stuff. And I'm like...
She lives in Canada.
For real? And she's like, yeah, I think I make good money. And I'm like, okay, dude. I was really surprised to hear that somebody would actually entertain doing that because... Or that these people that I know. Because I'm like, I did not expect this person who worked, like a mid-level manager job to say that to me. And this was years ago. This was before OnlyFans. This was back when they had those like trashy cam websites.
Okay.
But I think
couldn't give you her
the
number
reality
anymore.
is there are a lot of women who don't care. They absolutely will show off their bodies for money and even engage in lewd and lascivious.
How is this female specific? Like, bro, if you look online, men are more likely to make like the most gross ass pornographic content you've ever seen, and they'll do it for free. If you look at the shit that's online, men do way more embarrassing shit, and they don't even get paid doing it.
Activities behind a paywall for cash.
All right, pause it. I'm done. I'm done with this. Okay,
Yeah,
so
Jesus.
but
Hold on, I've got a whole thing of notes here. This is the most insane thing I've ever heard. Or did we already have it?
The thesis statement.
he just
Even
wants
engage in lewd and lascivious activities behind a paywall for cash when given the opportunity. Would this woman be a porn star or prostitute before OnlyFans? I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, it's possible. There are a lot of porn stars and prostitutes. I'm saying that now you're going to start seeing many, many more.
If you have a knife in your back and a dick in your butt, which one do you take out first? Jew.
The dick in my butt, the knife would probably have to stay in there until you get to a hospital, because you might end up damaging more nerve endings and bleeding out if you take the knife out. Thanks for that donation, Cock.
More women.
Many.
I think one of the reasons why she makes as much money as she does is she talks about how no censorship, full face, everything is shown, all raw. You can watch it happen.
This is not new.
Okay, there are guys who want to pay for that. Welcome to the baser reality of what men want and what women want. I don't know, feminists. I
love how he tries to make it seem as though sex work is undignified, but then he admits that it's mostly men paying for this. So who is lacking in dignity? The person paying for it or the person producing it?
Hey Vegan Gains, what do you think about the new iPhone 15 Pro Max? I have the Samsung S23 Ultra and everyone is telling me to get the new iPhone, but I think my Samsung is better. What do you think?
iPhones are overpriced garbage. They make like no incremental changes from year to year. The ecosystem is extremely restrictive and kind of sucks. The only reason you should get an iPhone is if there's specific apps that you need to use or specific features. Otherwise, just stick with Samsung. Thanks for that donation, Dylan.
think you're in trouble. I think feminists
It's
and
a real
leftists
problem.
need to really come
Scroll
out
down
and be
on that,
like,
please. Thank
nah.
Oh, damn. Who is this chick? It's got a nice butt. Eh.
Want. I don't know, feminists. I think you're in trouble. I think
Listen,
feminists.
VG, I'm a playboy. I think we need a side-by-side comparison of you with Tim Pool without the beanie. To see whose hairline is better. Bless up. Do better, bro. Also accept my Discord rec Black Nickel.
Yeah, Tim Pool literally has no hair. He has George Costanza fucking hairline, dude. So, you're just being stupid. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
It's
and
a real
leftists
problem.
need to really come
Scroll
out
down
and be
on that,
like,
please.
nah,
Yeah, dude, she's actually pretty cute.
we don't like what OnlyFans is doing. Because if this lady's making all this money, you are going to start seeing less and less women in the workplace.
She has a nice butt.
More and more men. There it is.
Psychotic.
She
There it
told
is.
Insider that she goes live almost every day now. Once a month,
think
she'll
this is
go
just
live.
sad.
She calls a marathon.
You know
It
what?
lasts for
Dude, Tim Pool is such a loser.
This is we got his point now because it's clear. This is just an excuse for him to
show the
study
pictures.
the pictures.
Yeah.
I've had to go over this article like 25 times. I had it last night before I went to bed. I was reading it.
And isn't she disgusting?
In the shower,
Isn't she
I had
Pictures
to.
of her pulling her butt
How could
cheeks
she
out.
do this? How could she participate in making this content for me that I am actively consuming?
Yeah.
What a
Yeah.
disgusting
That I'm going to put in
whore.
the thumbnail, definitely.
What's funny too is people like Tim Pool have unironically claimed that actually no wait, that doesn't make any sense. Anyway, I don't know how he can simultaneously claim that what they're doing is degenerate, but admit that men are the ones paying for this. It's like, okay. Every time you see sexist losers who hate women, they will put the blame on sexual activity and degeneracy and shit like that on women, and men will never take the blame for it, ever. It's always women's responsibility when it comes to sexual conduct.
Yep.
You know what it sounds like? Tim wants.
That guy gets no pussy. If you ever see somebody complaining about OnlyFans models, you know they have a dry dick. Let's see. Bugs in Paris.
So I thought I'd make a quick follow-up to my original Paris video discussing this breaking news, the City of Love's bedbug pandemic. What were your first thoughts hearing about this? Disgusting? Revolting? Well, you're obviously just closed-minded and dead wrong, because now, for any tourist visiting, you have the added attraction of a free, live safari show, where you can watch Mother Nature's creatures thrive right from your hotel bed. You can also take home.
Remember when you recorded your grandfather dying of a heart attack instead of helping? Black Nickel.
Yeah, so stupid. When my grandfather had a heart attack, I was giving him CPR until the paramedics arrived. Then once the paramedics arrived and they're defibbing him, giving him oxygen and performing CPR, that's when I grabbed my camera. So the only reason he even made it to the fucking hospital and stayed alive until then was because of me. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Why don't you come and fight me if you have a fucking problem with that?
A wholesome souvenir absolutely free of charge, that being sepsis. Also these cute all natural freckles, and if you're lucky they might just turn into permanent marks. Or
Paris has always been a dirty, disgusting, filthy city filled with garbage, so I'm not surprised they have a bedbug problem.
as I see it, free tattoos to remember your romantic trip. Now talking about romance, for all you freaks watching, I can guarantee that all Paris hotel rooms come with a complimentary live audience that are...
Is it weird that Tim Pool makes me really fucking hard?
Yes, it is hard. It is weird. And hard to believe. Thanks for the donation though, Derek, but apparently Tim Pool really likes it when he gets male attention, so maybe he'd appreciate that.
Here when you generate some body heat, so if you're freaky like that, pack your bags. And if you can't be asked to fly to Paris to see these attractions in person, but still want to witness the joys that bedbugs bring, then boy do I have news for you. This massive rise in bedbugs happened during Paris Fashion Week, which is when tons of tourists come to look at concerningly skinny tall people walk around wearing the most uncomfortable outfits possible. Because of the massive spike in international tourism last week, it's very possible that we could now see a dramatic rise in bedbug populations all around the world, especially since these buff Parisian bedbugs have developed immunity to pesticides and even have been found living on public transport, in airports, cinemas, even hospitals. I can't wait. Now,
yeah, the only bugs that we've had around here lately are stink bugs. They stay outside though. We haven't really had any stink bugs inside.
in all seriousness, there's been some abysmally stupid conspiracies going around about where these bedbugs have come from. For example, the far right are blaming immigrants, specifically Muslims, who Pascal Paud states are people who don't have the same hygiene conditions. So to lay out how stupid this is, let me pose to you two hypothetical people. First off, we have Amir, an Algerian immigrant living in Paris, whose Islamic faith strictly places a strong emphasis on cleanliness. I quote, "Islam requires the Muslim to clean his body, his clothes, his house, and the whole community, and he is rewarded by God for doing so." Amir's traditions are commonly viewed by any unbiased analyst as historically the cleanest and most hygienic in the world. I mean, this man even sacrificed bacon out of cleanliness, and you've got to be...
Don't know if I'd agree with the idea that Muslims are the cleanliest people. Yeah, go to a halal slaughterhouse and tell me about cleanliness.
Really committed to cleanliness to sacrifice bacon, bro. Anyway, then we have Pter, a dirty, greasy, sweaty, cigarette chiefing, snail gulping, polyamorous, no shower having, no toothbrush owning, sofa sleeping, average French male. I think we know who's spreading the bed bugs, don't we? Yeah, maybe that was a bit of an over-exaggeration, just a bit. But my point is, the ethnically French Parisians aren't exactly famous for being clean and hygienic, okay? Bed bugs have been a problem in Paris for all of modern history. And
if you had CPRW your uncle, does that mean you're gay? What did his tongue taste like? Did he get a boner?
I performed CPR on my grandfather, and CPR doesn't involve mouth-to-mouth. Thanks for that donation, Playboy Johnny.
lots of tourists, plus hotels that don't want to spend their precious money on cleaning beds, is the perfect equation to generate a massive bedbug problem. I can't wait to see what the Olympics bring next year. You can see the cultural difference between North Africa and Europe by comparing their attitudes to the potentially spreading bedbug pandemic. Algeria and Morocco are dousing flights coming in from Paris in pesticides. And the UK, apparently it's not a problem for us. Anyway, so looks like I might be homeless soon, because obviously the UK doesn't give a fuck about our public seats getting taken over by Paris Fashion Week transmitted bed bugs. And I'm telling you right now, if I sit on a train and somehow accidentally transmit these dickheads into my bed, I am burning my entire house down. I don't give a fuck. At least sleeping on the pavement outside Asda means no bed bugs.
Yeah, that bedbug thing is fucking weird. British cities explained. That looks like a good one.
Britain, a distinguished land of civilization, politeness, and etiquette.
Who wants a fucking burger? Come out to my house, I'll come out of my house and I'll break your fucking legs.
I just had a lovely night at the premature inn in Slug.
Oh, kick it, your dad's ready with a can of spam. I was eating a biscuit the other day, and I suddenly thought, f this biscuit. I don't want a bourbon cream. F you crunchy fucking cream-filled prick. F off back to your biscuit tin. Come on then. Come on then.
Yeah, sometimes the UK is a bit different to some people's expectations. But before we get into this video, do you want to earn stacks from just using apps or playing games? Then this video sponsor freecash.com. Now today I'm going to be talking you through the cultural differences between some of Britain's cities. And by the way, if it seems like I've missed out some obvious big cities, it's because I have. This is based purely off my personal experience, and unfortunately these are the places outside of the West Midlands that I have been to in my adult life. When I say unfortunately, I mean unfortunately. First off, London. We're talking 10 million people, 10,000 chicken shops, 10,000 annual crime offences, and a general fast-paced atmosphere. Londoners aren't as open and as banterous as other Brits. I mean, I think you could genuinely suffer from a violent cardiac arrest in the middle of Elephant and Castle roundabout, and Londoners would be more focused on making it to the Bakerloo line on time. I mean, in Brum, someone would at least let you sky their KA grape juice to get the blood pumping again, you know? Speaking of the tube though, Londoners are blessed with possibly the only efficient public transport system in England, unless you live here. But for some reason, the tube makes people so cold and evil. Genuinely, as soon as you sit down on any line, you're just met by a sea of 1,000-yard stares and an insanely awkward silence. Like, you'd genuinely have more social interactions if you got the 35 in Birmingham for 20 minutes than you'd have if you spent an entire year catching the DLR twice a day. Midlanders and Northerners are straight up terrified of London, man. They will look at you differently if you tell them you like London or are considering moving there. So you'd think northern cities must be nicer, or safer, or better. You know, when I hear people talking about how good Westerners or British people have it, I'm like, bruh, you ain't never been stuck in Crewe because your train to Manchester got cancelled. You really telling me you want to leave Gdansk for Crewe? Trust me, man, you don't want to do this to yourself. And talking about Polish people, next up we got Leamington Spa. These guys like to claim they have a royal title. The only thing royal here is the amount of imported Camel Super Kings they smoke. It's straight up fake London, and a lot of people from Coventry or Birmingham. When they get rich, move here to feel like they're living in London. On top of that, you have students, Poles, and criminals from Coventry have been put on witness protection. Next up, Worcester. Dumbass sauce, weird ass.
Have you ever seen Sandlot? Maybe your uncle pulled a squint on you and faked having a heart attack so you'd give him CPR. Add me as friend Discord.
Are you like retarded? It was my grandfather. Shut the fuck up, okay? Thanks for the donation.
Mackies. I've really seen some extremely paranormal and suspicious sights in this Mackies. That's all I'm allowed to say. Speedily moving on. Bristol. We're talking fold-up bike, gluten-free rye bread flavoured Elux vapes, and hills. Yeah, if there's one thing Bristolians have aside from geek bars and good Italian food, it's strong calf muscles. The general mental health is slightly better here than the rest of the UK because aesthetically, Bristol
there.
is very nice. Probably one of the prettiest UK cities, and Bristolians are therefore generally nicer than Londoners, and definitely way nicer than people from Bath, bathers. I reckon if you were struck by a violent cardiac arrest outside St. Nicholas's Market, people would at least let you hit their geek bar one last time, you know? Next we have Manchester. Aesthetically, it's just Birmingham with a different spawn code. They just ended up with a slightly better transport method. Mancunians are hella nice. You know, with most places up north, pints are cheaper, chips are thicker, people are hairier, the phobia of London is stronger. Next to Manchester, you got Liverpool, and Scousers are really funny for about 4 hours
the muscle
maybe.
Squeezer.
After that, they get so annoying. Around the 6.5 hour mark, I'll probably catapult myself into the River Mersey. Next, we got Milton Keynes. This place is fake. It is a government lie. And the only other place outside of the West Midlands that I have any first-hand experience of is Wales. Now, culturally, there are a few really important words and sayings you're going to need to learn in order to communicate in Wales. Specifically, and you should be able to get along with all the locals if you get those under your belt. In conclusion, this is my British city tier list, and who knows, maybe the tier list will be completed if everyone likes this video and it does well, and also everyone comments the cities they want to see in part 2. It might just happen. Just please, not Slough, please.
Let's see. It was animal slaughter. Israeli festival survivor describes horror.
This rampage through the outdoor music festival killed at least 260 partiers at least. Many are still missing, and the stories keep coming out. Sahar Ben Silar barely survived. He's shown here dancing with friends just hours before the massacre. And I spoke to him from hospital in Tel Aviv, and a warning too. His story is difficult to hear.
I want to make it clear first. It was a peace festival, and we did nothing to provoke them. We just was dancing and having fun. I can't forget the moment that when I got in the festival, and I don't know anyone there. It was something like 30 or 4,000 people, and just got into the entrance, and just a guy that I don't even know came to me and started to hug me and bless me for coming for the festival. We had a small camp next to us of German people from Germany, just a tourist who came all over the way from Berlin or wherever they came. And we make drinks together, we had laughs, just so much happiness.
What happened to you? Tell me how you got wounded.
I forgot to narrate, it's a big story. The first moment that we realized that there is missiles, I was really calm in first. Because it's not the first time that I've seen missiles. I was fighting in Tzuk Eitan, and I've been serving the army, and then I started to watch them.
Yeah, there's mandatory military service in Israel, so just about everybody's, had to deal with some of the shit.
And one of the producers of the festival just jumped on the fence and screamed that the terrorists are coming in legs, they come in on land and not from missile. And then the panic began. It was a big panic. Everybody was jumping on the fence. Everybody ran to their cars. And there was a lot of fire out there. Just even in the biggest, worst scene that we've seen in movies, I can't explain how many bullets and missiles were flying around us. Not the big missile, like RPG and everything. It was RPG all over. I was fighting in a war, never seen so many RPGs,
Wow.
seriously.
And how did you get shot,
And
Saha? How did you get shot?
this is a part of the story. And we tried to go to another place, and they turned us around again. And then we saw a policeman standing next to a shelter and a lot of cars. And the policeman look at us and say, there is nowhere to run. They are all over the place. Get inside the shelter. It's the only way. We got inside the shelters with something, I remember 30 or 40 people, but my friend says that was 60 or even 50 or 60 people. We got inside the shelter, it was something like 2 meters at all, like just 2 meters square. And we got inside, and then the shooting started, and the policemen tried to calm us down. It's not the terrorists, it's the IDF, but the shooting was on us. I could see the shots. I could feel on the stones of the shelter. I could feel the bullets.
Yeah.
And we screamed at him, it's not IDF, it's not IDF. And then he just look at us and say, stay inside, pull out the gun. And then it was a massive shots all over the place. We can see in the entrance of the shelter, a lot of bullets flying inside.
So getting your grandpa die on video is somewhat enticing. I think what would have been more profitable is you giving him CPR, that way you could have uploaded it to your OnlyFans as Uncle Blackie and Nephew Nickel make out. Mouth-to-mouth porn.
Yeah, that's good advice. Thanks for the donation, Eric.
But they couldn't hit us because they can turn left to us, because it was an entrance and then left to the shelter. A small, something like even half a meter.
Saha, it sounds to me like you were directed to take shelter, but you were like a cornered animal in this shelter, because that's where the...
We didn't took shelter. It wasn't a shelter. It was animal slaughter. It's like they take all the animals to one place and shoot them all.
It's really interesting when there's tragedies like this. People, will use terms like it was like an animal slaughter. They'll make comparisons with like animal agriculture. And then when you bring up the fact that like it's morally wrong to kill animals, and then you compare it to human tragedies, everyone loses their fucking minds. Like, they're doing the same thing, but in reverse. And then nobody bats an eye. But then when you talk about how, tragedies are happening with animal agriculture and you compare it to human tragedies, everybody's like, oh my God, that's so insensitive. You're comparing people to animals. Like, he's comparing people to animals. It's so hypocritical.
And then the policeman got shot and ran away. And he killed one of the terrorists, but got shot and ran away. I found him on Soroka alive, thank God, the policeman. 1 second, sorry. Then they dropped the first grenade, drop inside. It was exploding the entrance.
I'm sorry, if it's too much, don't
It's okay.
talk.
No, it's okay. I need to tell about this. Just a second, please. Thank you. After the first grenade, after something like 45 seconds, he dropped the second grenade, and he hit the wall, hit my head, and flew to the back of the row of the people who've been in the back row, and explode on them. And then was something like a lot of smoke inside. And my girlfriend started to choke, and she wanted to go out, and she started to run away from the shelter. We tried to catch her. I remember I was in the second row of the people. I tried to catch her with my hand, and it was sleeping, and I think she tackled the terrorist, and he shot her dead from zero. How can I say?
Point blank.
From
point blank.
Point blank, yes. Thank you. From point blank. And after he shot her dead, he just got inside. I could never forget the face of him. He was smiling at us. It looks like the devil. He just looked at us, point the gun, the Carlo machine gun in front of the girl's face, and just start to spread everything around. All the people, I was in the second row. All the people in the first row and the second row shot dead. Wow. I just opened my eyes and opened my mouth and start to go down the wall because I understood that I got hit, but didn't understand where yet because it was blood all over and screaming. And from all the adrenaline, I got hit in my body, but I can't really understand what happens. And I think his gun was broken. That's why he stopped to shoot. And there was a third grenade inside the building, but it didn't explode. We found him on the floor. We say that we don't want to touch it so it won't explode.
You know what, Sahar? I'm just pleased that you made it out. What a complete and utter horror.
I wish it.
That's pretty crazy how he survived. And this is why, again, you should always carry a firearm with you if you have the ability to.
It was horror. Horror, in a horror movie, you can go out somehow. We didn't and no choice. I saw the kids that their bodies full of bullets. A girl that all her body parts on the floor, and she was crawling to her boyfriend and dead boyfriend and start to kiss him until she died by herself.
Wow, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for you. I'm so happy that you survived, and we wish you all the best. And we thank you for this story because, as you say, it's important for people to hear what happened.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, people.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
We're so close to the end. Oh! One! Rally game. Yes, the new WRC game is here. This time, of course, powered by Codemasters and EA. And luckily, because I'm an influencer degenerate, or so they tell me anyway, I get to play it a little bit early and give you guys my thoughts. This video is in no way sponsored. This is completely 100% my opinion and audio. So we're going to jump straight in right away, talk about this new WRC game and why I am such a massive fan. So jumping straight in, here it is. And the first thing you're going to notice is the very annoying preview WRC code flashing around the screen to make sure I don't leak this game early. So sorry about that. I can't turn it off. It is what it is. So as you can see at the bottom of the menu, lots of different very cool and interesting things to choose from. We have career mode, championship moments, which is like a scenario mode as well. Different clubs for online play, as well as a quick play function to jump into a rally or stage straight away. Time trial, which speaks for itself. Rally school, which is an awesome feature, which I'm so glad they brought back for people just getting into rally games for the first time. Alongside one of my favorite features, which is the car builder mode, which we'll get into in another video because I haven't got time to do it in this one. And customization, which is why you can see here I've got my driver. Fast Rallyman. There's no way I can go wrong with that. And chat, you're the co-driver. Can't go wrong. So just like in previous WRC games, we have every location to choose from. We are absolutely spoiled for choice here compared to previous dirt rally games. And we're going to jump into one of my favorite rallies that I've played so far in this, Rally Japan. Very, very fast, tight, twisty tarmac
that looks
rally.
good.
Perfect for a tarmac specialist like myself. So as for car, and as you can probably see, we've got a ton of different categories here, ranging from WRC all the way down to H1 front-wheel drive, which are cars like Vauxhall Noses. But for me as a 30-something-year-old rally enthusiast, I've got to go for an F2 kit car, specifically the car you saw in the background, my lovely little Vauxhall Astra, which took part in the British Rally Championship like a million years ago. But it sounds awesome, it's a ton of fun to drive, and I think will demonstrate just how much of a step forward Tarmac has made in this game. Here we go, man. Oh, I'm well hyped for this. So here is our awesome Astra about to take on this stage here. Right, so this video is only allowed to be 15 minutes long, so we're going to get on with it straight away. Handbrake on, clutch in, build the revs, listen to the old 2-litre sing.
5, 4.
Sounds so
3,
good.
2, 1.
And
go.
send it.
120.
Surprising amount of traction off the line, actually. And away we go then.
30.
But 20 kilometers of Japanese tarmac stages.
Vegan tranny donatillers shouldn't have colonized Palestine if he didn't want to get hurt. All Israeli Jews participate in genocide and oppression against Palestinians. Why should I feel bad when they get karma? Well, because you're a fucking retard, and I hope Hamas fucking wipes you out and the rest of your fucking degenerate family. Go fuck yourself.
6 left or 50.
And these stages are tricky. They are technical.
Like, if you're gonna justify what Hamas did because of, you know, atrocities committed against Palestinians, you're a fucking idiot.
So, really a great stage to pick to try and actually talk and drive at the same time, huh? Probably not.
30.
What? already nearly into the barrier there. Before I do anything else, I'm going to answer the question you guys are all going to be asking yourselves. Like, Jimmy, is this game now any good on tarmac? And I'm pleased to say it's a big, big step forward from Dirt Rally 2 and Dirt before it. I say even better than the WRC, the previous WRC games attempt at tarmac. But it still isn't that 100% simulation experience that people might be looking for. For me, this is plenty. These sort of the Dirt Rally series and this series of games, to me, is all about immersing myself and driving the car, just enjoying the environment of it. And although the flashing codes on screen does make that somewhat difficult right now, oh god, it's always a reminder that these stages, even in a more accessible rally game than Richard Burns, will still bite you. Before, I used to feel like the car would absolutely float on top of the tarmac. Oh my god, Jimmy. Now, it does feel like there's a little bit of bite. Listen to the code, listen to Jimmy, listen to my calls, Jimmy. But I would also say it's probably better than what Richard Burns has on tarmac at the moment, although, to be honest, not many rally games manage to get this right. But this is probably the best I've felt so far. So this car, F2 kit car, it's about 300 horsepower or so. Quite light, and it's basically a touring car for rallying. Rapid. Also a little bit sketchy at the rear because front-wheel drive, so it's set up.
Although your grandfather dying is good footage, you missed out on Premier OnlyFans content of Uncle Blackie kissed by an FU nickel during your mouth-to-mouth session. Your mom could have filmed. You filmed the wrong part of that day, so...
Go fuck yourself. Thanks for the nation, Derek.
Up to rotate whenever it can. Front-wheel drive and rallying don't really go hand in hand, but on the tarmac stages, some of these F2 cars can actually compete and beat WRC cars, so a bit more fun to drive, I think. Also, that Revy NA engine really is full of difference between driving something like this and driving, a heavy turbo car. There's enough fidelity in the physics there to really feel the difference. Easy on the way through. But over the next couple of days, we're going to be releasing 2 more videos as well, looking at how the gravel is, how the different cars are. I mean, I've driven everything in this game so far. I've driven the WRC cars, Group B, everything. And it's all just a massive step forward. It feels like if Dirt Rally was given resources, basically, and this is what this game is now. Oh god, where am I going? Oh, go. For me in the past, I say that the Dirt Rally titles, which I'm going to be referring to a lot because that is what the studio did in the past. Codemasters, of course, the developer for this game. I say that they always felt like they were like a little side project. Dirt Rally 2 a little bit less, but the first Dirt Rally was just like, oh, we've made this game. Here it is, and it just sort of popped out of nowhere. This feels like it has that same level of sort of enthusiasm behind it. It feels like it's made by enthusiasts. That's why we're driving this relatively obscure car. I can pretty much guarantee people outside of the UK probably never seen this Astra before.
36 left.
And of course, Codemasters being a UK studio, they've really sort of delved into the history of rallying in the UK and across the world as well. And there are so many cool and unique cars to drive. Of course, it's in here. The Vauxhall Nova's in here. Really enjoy playing it. Cars around here. What the hell? Still one left on, isn't he? Oh god. The preview build. This isn't the opinion. The game doesn't run smoothly all the time for me, and I've got a beast of a machine, and I also find that my controls don't remain bound. I have to buy my controls pretty much every time I come into the game, which is very annoying.
Oh, that's annoying.
But once you get past that, once you get into the game itself, it's just great fun. What I'm going to do now is shut up for like a minute or so. How cool is this, man? How cool is this? A good indication for you guys as to what to expect from this game. That was so much fun. Oh, sorry guys. You can replace that later on. But guys, that was our first look at the new WRC game. And I've got to say, I am thoroughly in love. A ton of fun. to finally get behind the wheel of this on camera and show you guys what this game is and what you can expect from this. Is it a full-fledged simulator? No.
How many relatives have you made out with? Your grandfather is one.
I've not made out with any relative. How about I make out with your mom? Thanks for that donation, Derek.
It's not. Get that out of your mind straight away. But go in with the mindset this is a very good, very fun, very challenging and engaging rally game, and you're going to have an awesome time. Trust me. Anyway, I'm going to end this video quick, try and get under that 15-minute limit. So if you enjoyed it, hit the like button, comment, subscribe, do all that good stuff, and I'll see you for the next one.
Yeah, most people still consider Richard Burns Rally to be the most realistic rally game. I might have to download that. I think at this point it supports VR as well.
Very shortly. See you next time.
Big Smoke donated $2. He thought of making any more Worse the Fitness Industry or similar videos. Yeah, I'm just dealing with depression and it's hard. Thanks for the donation though, Big Smoke. I'm just gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Ugh. Man. Actually, maybe we'll save those for tomorrow. Save this for tomorrow too.
You should change your name to Lil Bill.
I'm not going to do that. Thanks for the donation though, Derek.